we'll talk.
Oh yeah.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to We Not Me. January 2nd, already 2025 is already turning epic. Imagine that.
Huh. Yep.
Man,
Happy
oh
New
man.
Year to everybody.
Happy New Year to everyone out there. And also, we'd like to wish a happy birthday to Janine.
Awesome.
Happy birthday, Janine.
Happy
Jeannie.
birthday, Janine.
Jeannie, I'm sorry, Jeannie.
Oh, Jeannie.
Jeannie.
Nice. Awesome.
I can't read. And Shelly and her daughter Tamara are still fighting cancer. So, please send all your love, thoughts, prayers,
Absolutely.
everything into them. Because
Yep.
yeah. And yeah, so didn't make this shit up. Um we decoded the New Orleans one. It's number 100% US Army, the satanic side of the US Army. 100%. All the numbers check out. And yeah, this is gonna get real interesting today. Because we have some videos. And this one especially caught my eye because okay. All right. Sure. Now, this one has to do with the Cybertruck attacker, unmasked with suspicious connection to Ukraine, and former Trump attacker. This, this shit's deep.
What's up, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quartering. We've got a whole deluge of information coming out about the incident at the Trump Hotel yesterday. We now know who did it. It is not a, quote, usual suspect. However, as more information seems to be coming out, more and more things seem to be very familiar with not only the individual that did what they did in New Orleans, but the Routh guy who was on the Trump golf course, and yet another weird connection to Ukraine. Is it a coincidence? It's possible. I don't know why all these pro-Ukraine people keep trying to take out, Americans. We keep paying them. Why are we giving them money? They keep doing this kind of stuff. It's absolutely insane. Let's get into all the news. I do want to point out these videos obviously are buried by YouTube, so please do leave a like on it, subscribe, and follow. It helps. It really does. And you can help support the channel by checking out my coffee company. It's the best coffee company out there. We actually brew our own stuff. It's not drop ship garbage like other people. The last of our winter selection is being clearanced out right now. It's the last time you can get it. A lot of people stock up and freeze it. You can freeze coffee. Our sugar plum, hot butter rum, gingerbread, vanilla sugar cookie are all 45% off in available in whole bean and ground, as well as our gingerbread K-Cups are even on sale. We almost never put K-Cups on sale. And everything else on the website is 20% off with promo code New Year 2025. If you haven't tried us out yet, we have coffee, tea, cocoa, cold brew. We have everything you could want, all available, made right here, brewed right here in the United States, not drop ship, ultra small batch. It's the freshest stuff you're going to get. Blueberry cobbler, strawberries and cream, our silky ultra dark roast. We've got something for everybody. Or our tea selections are back in stock, so please consider checking them out. Now, here's some pictures of what we know. So yesterday during my live stream, which you should watch over on Quartercast at 1 Eastern, we were kind of dissecting this as it was happening in real time. And I did not at that time have the first video where there actually was a large explosion, only the video that showed kind of the aftermath, where we determined while watching was very clearly fireworks. It was not a battery incident. And we know now that this individual rented the Cybertruck, didn't own it. He rented it using the exact same application, Toro, I think it's called, Turo or something, the same app that the New Orleans person used it. Now, is it possible that it's completely coincidental? Yes. Do I think it is? No. I think somebody told them, here's what you do. You rent it using this app. Here's what you do. In fact, at least according to Twitter sleuths right now, Matthew, this is the guy, Matthew Livelsberger, aka Matt Berg, changed his signal safety number just before detonation. And then his photo and safety number changed after detonation. My big question is, was he alive when it happened? You know, autopilot, the summon feature. You could have summoned the vehicle. Was he told, hey, because from what I saw on the internet, he had a newborn baby. Did somebody say, hey, you're going to go do this? Or your wife and kid are going to get it? I don't know. Was he radicalized? Maybe. He was active duty, pictured in many places. You see, he's now reporting the driver in the Cybertruck was active duty Green Beret, assigned to 10th Special Forces Group, holding a rank of Master Sergeant. He was reportedly on leave from assignment in Germany when he came back to Colorado and rented the truck. Now, just because you're a Green Beret doesn't mean you know anything about, you know, making things explode. I do think it's curious that the best he could come up with was some cans of gas and fireworks. That's just my opinion. It certainly did have a decent-sized explosion when he allegedly didn't survive. I'm still waiting to hear, you know, I wonder if Elon could pull the video of it. I know there is a camera in the Cybertruck rearview mirror or above the rearview mirror that watches the driver to make sure your eyes stay on the road if you're using autopilot. I bet you they could probably recover that. Almost certainly they could recover that. So I wonder if Elon's going to release it. Glenn Greenwald writing, I know it's all but forgotten, but there were 2 serious attempts in 2024 on Trump, and at least one of them by Ukraine fanatic. The Cybertruck was put in front of Trump Tower for a reason, with the Tesla vehicle carefully chosen. Who is radicalizing these people? Here is Matthew Livelsberger, the individual who did that, seen wearing a Slava Ukraine t-shirt in his photo while he served at Fort Bragg, the same military base the anti-Trump fanatic and Ukraine military recruiter Ryan Routh visited over 100 times before his attempt on Donald Trump. It also seems to be the exact base where New Orleans attackers served. Now, Fort Bragg is huge. Tens of thousands of soldiers go through there every year. Is there somebody there? It's possible. He also, you know, of course, Ryan Routh here trying to recruit for Ukraine. Also found in some Facebook posts here, the Cybertruck individual was apparently setting up recently retired Special Forces guys with contracts to go to Ukraine. Here he posted, quick turnaround 30-day contract op in Ukraine at $550 per day, lodging and travel provided. Matthew writes, I've got a top 18D recently, ETSD, who is looking for just this opportunity, sent him your way. So he also seemed to be recruiting for Ukraine, the same as the individual at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, something is fishy here, right? There is some weird connection here. You know, his ex-wife, who is a Bernie supporter, you know, I don't know what kind of connection this stuff makes, but she was obviously a huge anti-Trump person. You know, Trump is white, a white Terry, brilliant. That's his ex-wife, though. You know, does that mean that he was anti-Trump? Probably not. But there are other pieces of information here, you know, perhaps linking him. I don't know. Here he is pictured here. The whole thing, they served at the same base. Yes, that's true, but it's not like the base is small. Here's what Green Beret Nap Time posts. He often posts a lot of stuff about the Army. There's still a lot we don't know about Matthew Livelsberger. He recently made E8 list for MSG in 2023 in an 18Z slot, which means he was Special Forces soldier, and if he pinned, that would have been on active duty. This also means he was well within his team sergeant time. He was 18E, Special Forces Communication Sergeant, then went to the Fox course to become 18F, Intelligence Sergeant, before making the E8 list. He also apparently was a small unarmed aircraft system, qualified drones, which applies to your training at a drone pilot. I'm submitting an FOIA request for his military records, but I expect that to take some time. He rented the Cybertruck from Turo, the same company as the NOLA person. The back of the truck was full of mortar fireworks, gas canisters, and campfire fuel canisters, which are all combustible, but would not be ideal for the explosion to create maximum damage. Here's the crazy part. With the level of experience he had, how does it make sense that he would rent a Cybertruck, which are known to be bulletproof, and fill it with ineffective explosives that he would know would not actually cause that much damage? The front windows of the building didn't even break. And the other crazy part, his wife has multiple anti-Trump posts on her social media from years ago. So if he was radicalized, if there was all attempt to hurt people and destroy Trump building, why would he go about it in such an incompetent and ineffective manner? Lots are not adding up here. We'll add more as it comes to light. I mean, a lot of people who understand about military, I don't know what a lot of this stuff means, but a lot of people are believing it's some sort of setup. He was set up somehow. I would like to see the auto drive system in the Cybertruck's records. He never even tried to get out. That makes no sense unless he was, committing, self-removal. It's real. It's a real possibility that he wasn't fully aware of or even able to drive or use the vehicle himself. I will say the Cybertruck doors are confusing to open from the outside, but very easy to open from the inside. You just pull a tab. I don't think you would have been confused on how to open the door. He obviously been in and out of the vehicle several times to load those things up. Everything is very weird about this guy. Very, very weird. And just because his wife was one political leaning, that doesn't mean he, is in agreement with that. This is a very weird. Here he is in his Ukraine shirt. Why was he wearing a Slava Ukraine shirt? Was he Ukrainian? I mean, he's American. We know that, but was he of Ukrainian descent? Maybe that would make sense. I don't know. We don't really know. And also, no notes in either scenario. No notes. I suppose of a Terry, they normally don't leave notes. But this guy, I don't know. It's very, very weird. The whole thing is very, very weird. Guy's got a huge American flag tattoo on his arm. That's actually pretty cool ink. Yes, his ex-wife was an anti-Trumper, but this is from 2015, 10 years ago. I don't think connecting him to her makes a ton of sense. Why now? Maybe he just simply couldn't handle another Trump presidency. I don't know. Elon Musk confirmed that they may even be able to get the vehicle running again. Should be interesting to see as this one shakes out. There are a lot of questions around this guy. A lot of them. Make sure you subscribe or follow to my channel. As I get more information, I will update you. Even right now, there's an incident going on with Capitol Police. I may have a video as we get more information there later. I'm following that situation. Wherever you are, please subscribe or follow for more information, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
Yeah, this thing doesn't add up at all.
Well,
I mean,
what if it does?
Yeah, well, I mean, it could. But
Because here's the thing. I don't think it was him in the car.
yeah, I agree with you there.
So they just had his ID and all that hanging from the window, right?
Right,
But his body was so burned beyond recognition, they don't know who it is.
right.
So why would you go take a Tesla Cybertruck filled with camping fuel,
Right.
fireworks, racing fuel, and all that shit, and pull right there?
Yeah,
But then, as soon as it happened, he went from that name to Matt Berg. It's almost like he changed names. He changed
Right.
identities. And then, if he was stationed in Germany, right? He's NATO.
right.
Because if he's sitting here side hustling with, if he's based out of Germany, and we know nothing good comes out of Germany with the military, it seems, especially with the army, with the dagger complex and all that. So now we got to look at that.
Yeah, when you look at it, right, first the both trucks were rented through an app. So there's no face-to-face of meeting these people that we know of. Who knows, it was the same account who actually, ordered these trucks. Then you've got, the fact that, Cybertruck, they can kind of drive on their own. You can like call it to wherever you want. Why wouldn't they have released that there was a body in the truck yesterday? That's kind of weird. But
yeah.
Then you see the guy in New Orleans, right? Like that guy, he gets shot by the police and there's barely any blood around his body. And that's just odd.
Yeah.
But you see like Fort Hood with the shooting there a number of years back with that, radicalist. We don't know how much these guys, are subjected to psychological testing, things like that, where they don't even know what they're doing. You look at that other Green Beret who got, remember he shot up like that bowling alley a number of years back. And, you look at 2017, 18, 19, it really looked like they were getting rid of the Green Berets. Not because these guys aren't great war fighters. It's just, there's so many of them. It's very easy to get a bunch of them and problems. It's, they're overseas all the time. And, then you get, these psyops that who knows what the hell they were screwing with these guys' brains.
Yeah. In full transparency. So one of my divisions, my division was in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. I was a company commander. Now I understand, remember the SOCOM and USA KPOC, they're the same, right? So SOCOM is, again, the special forces there at Fort Bragg, but USA KPOC is the other units associated with, again, KPOC. So, or with SOCOM. So SOCOM and USA KPOC, it's like the intelligence apparatus again for the special forces, Jack. But remember, who was the general that was a part of that? It was General Aquino, right?
Right.
Testing. And remember, when you talk about Fort Bragg, and just like JasonQ is probably going to be talking about here, there is, again, this connection with, again, I want to call it MK Ultra, whatever you want to call it. But bottom line is, there's a connection there between, again, the soldiers that were infiltrated, especially at the higher echelons and stuff, especially if you see a lot of the soldiers coming out of Fort Bragg. 100%. Fort Hood, massive military base, right? Fort Bragg, the same thing. There's similarities because, again, Fort Bragg and Fort Hood, they're just massive, right? So there's all sorts of soldiers, not including soldiers, Marines, sailors, airmen, all different components are coming there. But what was interesting about Bragg is that's where Aquino comes from. And Aquino ran, again, psychological operations. We did our research on Aquino. JasonQ did the research on Aquino. This guy was absolutely just horrible. He was a Satanist, right? He worked with, Anton LaVey. I mean, this guy was about as bad as it could be, right?
It's like the worst guy you could put in psychological operations.
Exactly.
Like you couldn't find a worse guy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yep.
And, I thought that guy did a really good job with his video because he explained that, one, Fort Bragg's huge. It's the largest military base in the world as far as personnel. So the fact these two guys were stationed there, both guys are infantry. So you could see, it's not like, it's not like you're going up to, Joint Base Cape Cod here. Like, that would be a little weird. But so it's a massive base like Fort Hood. And then he also said, with his ex-wife, that was 10 years ago. So this guy did give really good information saying, hey.
But what you got there, Jack, is you got the masonry and you got the Jesuit connection there. And as a part of this group there, this Satanists that they're around that area that infiltrated the military, unfortunately.
Right. Yeah. And you got the Force Psychological, what is it? Yeah. It's the Force Psychological Operations Group. And that's where Aquino was, I believe. That's the main Army's main psychological unit. And then they, what's strange is they actually changed the name under Obama. They changed it to, let me see if I can find this. The Fourth Military Information Support Group, MISO. And then they changed it back when Trump got into PsyOps. It's like, well, why the hell would they change the name of that? And it's like, yeah, oh, so
Sugar
people
coated.
don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Gotta hide Satanist.
Yeah.
But there's one person alive that could actually blow all this open. It's retired Major General Paul E. Vallely.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
the one that actually said that Q was a legit operation too.
Yeah.
And after the digging that Dina did last night, you guys, we're talking about these 13 bloodlines, right?
Mm.
Those aren't even the real bloodlines. No, we got to go way back to the ancient ones.
Mm.
We're talking about Somerset Belanoff, by the way. That far back.
Yeah.
Because that shit gets deep. But I do have one more video here because this is going to do with this is salted cracker, so you know it's gonna be good. But yeah, this one because after this we're gonna discuss something that we did a breakdown of this, and we could actually point that it is the army psychological satanic assholes that are doing this.
And the worst part about this whole thing, obviously people died, New Orleans, everything, is, you know, with the guy, the Green Beret out in, you know, Trump's hotel. What if this guy's completely innocent and they just saw an opportunity? It doesn't look like it by the t-shirt, but, you know, how much did he really know? But again, you know, it's like, Jesus, they might be setting this guy up as just a, you know, the fall guy for this.
But the thing is, how did they get his all this stuff that was in the truck,
Yeah.
his badge and everything like that? So it's like, but
Unless
that's the thing too. It's like they could have had a patsy drive in there. Hey, we're gonna have you pick somebody up here, you know, and not even know, and that's why he's sitting in the car and
Yeah.
blows up, cooks him inside.
Yeah.
And just like you said, Jack, remember that truck can drive itself, so he could have been shot before, and then he could just remotely park there, you know, and he'd have been already dead already shot.
Yeah. Well, and then you look at, right, there was a guy who's a Green Beret and said that it was like a while back, somebody was trying to, like, from one of the ODAs, like sister ODAs, was trying to get information or send information about either this guy or somebody. I'll have to find it, but it was very strange. Like somebody was impersonating this guy. It was very weird.
But you know what's cool about those trucks, JQ, is Tesla, they have you can actually see the driver. You know, remote viewing. So Elon actually probably has that video that you can actually see the driver, so you can know exactly what happened inside that truck.
Yeah. Because those are probably streaming. You know, those videos are probably streaming.
Oh my God. They picked it. And Elon came out. You guys picked the dumbest vehicle. But there's more.
Oh, yeah.
Because after this one, when we break this down, this is a doubter.
Oh,
and
here's
your DEI hire with a nose ring.
Yeah.
Kirkpatrick said, we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found.
Let's get an update on the New Orleans terrorist attack, boys, and it's the FBI. It's the FBI. It has to be. There's no other explanation for how the FBI is this wrong on every aspect of this attack, and they're not the ones leading it, charging it, carrying it out. So the clip we're going to put at the beginning of this is the FBI lead special agent, totally not a diversity, equity, and inclusion hire. Boys, no, probably an H-1B, by the way. Head over to Salt Must Flow and get yourself one of these. America's closed. You know what I'm talking about, right, Dave? America's closed. Get the hell out of here. Stay the hell out of here. Unless, like, you are a legitimate super genius. That's going to make a ton of American jobs. But we all know that's not what's happening over here. We bring in a bunch of low-skilled, cheap labor to undercut everybody and to put into the FBI so they can't figure stuff out. That's got to be what's happening over here. So here you've got It's not a terrorist attack. They told you immediately it wasn't a terrorist attack. The dude drove through a bunch of people with a flag on the back of his truck. That's terrorism. Inciting violence, committing violence in order to push a political agenda, that's the textbook fucking definition of terrorism. Now, he forgot to unfurl his flag, but what does it mean? Oh my God, this Christina, come here. When I was going through the FBI program, we were busy hunting down terrorists, white supremacist white moms who don't want child porn in their school, so I don't know what this flag means. It's an ISIS flag. It's an ISIS flag. This is not difficult. It's not terrorism, though. It's not terrorism. Okay, it's not terrorism, boys. They got to finish this up so they could go bend the knee at BLM. Okay, so that's insane. How do you do that? So that special agent at the beginning of this video that said it wasn't terrorism, she's fired, right? I mean, she's fired. How could you possibly mess, even though she black with a vagina, boys? She gotta be fired because she's woefully incompetent, right? No, promoted? That would make sense. We need that cash money up in the FBI, boys. Cash on hand. So then, after telling you that it wasn't a terrorist event, they then come out and they go, we got video. Well, they don't have video. A bunch of people on 4chan posted video of a bunch of dudes and chicks placing bombs around the New Orleans event. And then the FBI finds the bombs around the New Orleans event. And then the video of those idiots putting those bombs there comes out. And the FBI goes, it's a lone wolf. We have, what were those? We got video of the people putting bombs over there. Different people, by the way. Well, there's a different person driving the truck 2 days ago. It's a rented truck. Who's that person? Who are all these people? How did the FBI investigate all of these people at the same time? Huh? Fascinating. So they said it was a misunderstanding. You misinterpreted that video of those dudes and that lady putting bombs places. Allegedly, of course. Right? Allegedly. Like Ray Epps, they'll sue you later on. They'll sue you later on. Okay, because it was all a misinterpretation. It was a lone wolf. A lone wolf. Every time. Patriots.win over here. Before the day is over, we'll get a clip from a major news outlet calling the Muslim terrorist in New Orleans a lone wolf attacker. And boom, just in. FBI says New Orleans terrorists had to act alone. Why would anybody listen to you? So everybody at the FBI has to be at least fired, most likely arrested, but you've got to be, why would anybody listen to you? You just told everybody it wasn't a terrorist attack. It was, you can't, it has to be the FBI involved. This ISIS is a paramilitary group of the deep state and the globalists, and the FBI is just another finger on that globalist appendage. And they work in hand over here. The FBI's job is to cover up for the ISIS terrorists in this country. Or you're going to have to explain to me how nobody gets fired. Hey, nobody going to get fired? Nobody going to get fired on this, right? Nobody going to get... And of course, they knew about the dude. The dude's been making ISIS videos on YouTube. YouTube will ban you if you say that there should only be 2 bathrooms. You go around espousing how you should kill everybody who's not an Islam. ISIS is fine. ISIS. I'm a big fan of ISIS. The FBI won't even look into you. You want kid porn out of your child's elementary school library? The FBI deep into you, right? Did you post based somewhere on the internet? The FBI's got a list on you. Dudes talking about celebrating ISIS. Yeah, it's his prerogative. And then he rams a truck through everybody. Acted alone, though. Acted alone. Okay, he acted alone, everybody. By the way, the Airbnb that he was staying out, it blew up. It blew up. After he was killed, by the way, I mean, he could have put a kitchen timer bomb probably in there, but I'm thinking he probably doesn't have the IQ to do that. But no, I think somebody else. I think somebody else was cleaning up. I don't know, the Airbnb with fire. Lives of TikTok over here. The Airbnb where the terrorist was staying burned down in a fire this morning. Yeah. This morning. So, you guys didn't know? The FBI's got facial biometrics on all of us American citizens, right? They didn't know who this guy was immediately, right? They didn't go secure this location. An Airbnb where a suspect who allegedly drove into a crowd at New Year's celebration in New Orleans was staying at. It burned down today. Yep. Burned down. But he acted alone. He acted alone. In an event that's not a terrorist attack. Okay? It's not a terrorist attack. By the way, they say, well, it burned down because that's where he was making a bunch of IEDs. The dude who's not a terrorist? This is madness. This is madness. We need to get together and we need a concerted effort. We got to get that chick from the FBI who said this wasn't a terrorist attack. She has to be fired. She has to be fired or arrested. You pick. I mean, somebody else, you got to be fired. Right? Everybody all of her team that was collecting data and information, they're all fired, right? Everybody who said this wasn't a terrorist attack, they're all fired, right? No, they're covering up. They try to cover up for the terrorist. The FBI is a terrorist agency. All right, guys, thanks so much for watching the Video Sport channel. I kept up to date on these lunatics over here protecting terrorists. Hit the subscribe button and make way, because assault must fall.
Yeah. Now, you guys have heard of, Operation Gladio, right? That's where after World War II, the U.S. left behind units basically to be able to conduct operations in countries like Italy, things like that, without anybody knowing it, whether they're stirring up, did a lot of it in South America, Central America. And this is what Operation Gladio is here. You have CIA sleeper cells here. Mm-hmm. And when Trump texted out, hey, the CIA has to get involved today, or yesterday, he's like, he's pointing, you are the ones doing this. He's not going to say, because the CIA can't operate on domestic soil. They're not allowed to. It's a law that they have basically pissed all over. So for Trump to call the CIA needs to get involved, like, okay, we have two guys from the United States in the United States Army. One guy doesn't have any ties to Muslim, right? The Green Beret. The other guy does, it seems like. He got radicalized. But then you come out with all this anti-Muslim stuff, and then, they're bringing like Tommy Robinson. Like, dude, Elon, where you been on this for like the last 10 years? Like Tommy Robinson's been telling people that these rape gangs are going all through the UK and just raping women. Same in Sweden, and it's been everywhere. It's good that it's getting publicity now, but where the hell was this, last year or the year before,
Yeah, but Tommy Robinson's he's also served in the IDF.
Oh, I didn't know that one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not his real name.
Yeah.
Just a cover name, just a white English name.
Yeah.
Gotta have that, right?
Yep.
Oh boy. So, Jack.
Yo.
What football game was going to happen in New Orleans?
Notre Dame versus Georgia.
Notre Dame, right?
Mm-hmm. Just after it reopens.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl's there as well.
Yeah. And here's the problem with it. They renamed it. It's the Caesar Superdome.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. Wasn't it Mercedes-Benz? Now it's Caesars.
Mercedes-Benz moved to Atlanta.
Oh, that's right.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
So here's what we found on this guy. Tell me if anything doesn't reek satanic. New Orleans, Louisiana. NOLA, right? N is a 14. O is a 15. It's a 29, which reduces to 11. LA, it's a 12 plus 1, 13, or 4. 1 plus 1 plus 4 is a 6. Happen at 3:15 a.m., which is a 9, which they always invert, right? Shamsud Din Jabbar. Add it up, it's a 6. 42 years old, 6. Ford, F, 6. F-150, 6, 6. It was an EV. EV9, boop, 6. 1125, boom, there's a 6. 15 dead, bam, another 6. That black dyke DEI hire. She had BAU on her coat, right? BAU, it's a 6. License plate, the F-150, it was Texas LZ1575. L is a 12, Z is a 26, 1226 is an 11, and then you have 1575 is an 18, which is a 9. It equals 911 also, but also 18. Everything's power of 3s, you get 666. So if anybody could tell me that the numbers don't jive on this, this is all done by them. This is all 100% satanic.
Also, 14 were killed, 35 injured. 1 plus 4 plus 3 plus 5 is 13. You can't make
15 dead.
You can't make this up.
Yep, 15 dead. Yep.
You can't make
They
it
have
up.
to make sure. Yep. And now when we think about that whole oh, and this, I need you guys to take a look at this, right? So this is a picture with Joe Biden and, you know, Alice Cooper Biden with Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter. Does that even
that's
look real?
weirdo picture. Oh man.
That don't even look real.
Yeah. She's like 8 feet tall and Jimmy Carter's like 5 feet.
Yeah, and she's kneeling.
Yeah.
I
And
mean, look at the
Rosalind-
size of the chairs. Everything.
Well, look how big Biden is. He looks like he's 12 feet tall and Rosalind Carter's about 4 feet.
They look like kids. No, absolutely not. These two people are the most evil motherfuckers on the planet Earth, and I'm glad they're dead. And I think their whole family needs to be wiped out too, because they were all in on this. Because
Who's that? Biden?
no, Carter's.
Oh, Carter.
Oh yeah. Because oh, and you have got to give it up to the to New York Post, right? Talk about doing one of the dumbest fucking things, even the courts. Why would they do this? So, there was an article about this guy that built all these bombs in Virginia, right?
Yeah.
In December, they found. Right? So, what do? They're like, hey, let's post a picture of his cookbook. Right? Look what they shared. They literally shared how to make nanothermite, how to, pyro powders, best flash, black powder, tannerite, primary detonators. They literally put this in the newspaper.
The Post-it?
Yes.
Huh.
It's still there.
Like the Turner Diary.
You got tannerite, you got black powder, thermite, iron oxide powder, aluminum powder, 75-25.
Almost like they want a copycat, right? They want someone to replicate it.
Yeah, that's just saying here. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
I mean, all that shit should have been blacked out.
Yeah.
Jeez.
On a document that's just filed a couple days ago. On page 3 of 11. No shit, huh? Why would...
Why would you ever do that?
That's
And
some
then,
stupid shit right
yeah,
there.
somebody should have, alerted them, said, okay, this is up there, take it down. Like,
And what has President Trump been saying? He's been telling you the FBI is catastrophic failure. Catastrophic failure. Look at everything they did. Look at everything they've tried to cover up. And President Trump just released, he said there's going to be more terrorist events if we don't get a handle on, again, these evil people. I mean, I'm telling you, and he's talking about the CIA and FBI.
Found that picture. I found it. I'm going to do this.
And how is someone not being fired? How are they not all being fired at this point?
Because they want to push communism.
Yeah. Well, how about the chief of police is 90 years old and also ran over 2 people earlier this year? I mean, August of last year, and got fired from Oakland. Then the barriers weren't up.
Right. Well, they even admitted, they said, oh, the terrorists were smarter than us. Oh, then
Yeah.
how the hell are they not being held accountable and being fired?
Right.
Terrorists are smart. You have this entire intelligence community that is a terrorist cell in itself.
You got it, sir.
And I've been on Bourbon Street during, New Year's. It's nuts. There's so many. The weird part was there weren't that many people there. Like normally it's packed, like the whole street is packed. Like you can't get anywhere on that street.
And
That
also,
was really strange.
I was going to say also, they had $40 million to try to, again, safeguard the people there. Where's that $40 million? They didn't use that $40 million. They pocketed that $40 million.
Oh yeah.
and who else set it up? Because why weren't those big steel barricades up?
Yeah.
They put them up for everything else, but this time they didn't. They're like, oh, they're being upgraded. Oh, just in time, right? Upgraded to what?
Yeah. And they just got put
use
in
them now.
2017.
Yeah. And you didn't put them out because they're getting upgraded. Well, then if they're getting upgraded, you're not going to use the old ones, are you?
Yeah.
Then make the fucking new ones. Leave the old ones out. They worked.
Yes.
Well, why do you have to upgrade them?
Right.
If they've been hit and they're still there, they're working pretty damn good.
Right. Well, and the fact you're not talking about a huge area. You're talking about one street and having one blockade there, probably on both sides, I would imagine, maybe a few other places. But why would this not be what been done in the summer or the spring of last year, or wait, because like you said, Jay, they're still working. You're going to replace them because they always know that obviously, the two busiest times for New Orleans are New Year's Eve
And Mardi Gras.
and Mardi Gras. You've got Jazz Fest, but that's in the summer. But again, that's not right on Bourbon Street. Everything's focused on Bourbon Street. Those two events.
All the games and everything too, so they pack them in.
Yeah. Like, what are you doing? Like, why wouldn't you be doing this in the spring when there's no football? There's no Mardi Gras after, obviously that's ended. So this was all intentional. All of it was set up.
Yep. And
this is also what I hate too. They'll say the agencies, they don't share information, right? They'll say, "Oh, this is national security." How are they not telling you where these terrorists are all over our nation? They know exactly where these people are. They're in Los Angeles, they're in Chicago, they're in New York. They're all over the place because they're flying them in. They're not even coming in the border anymore. They just fly them in to, again, a post, a military post, unfortunately, and then they go to a federal land, and then how are they not? Oh, it's national security strike. Are you out of your mind? People should know exactly where these people are, and these agencies should be sharing the information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And like, somebody asked me the other day, like with Jimmy Carter, it's confusing. I give an alternate theory on Jimmy Carter. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I could be dead wrong. With him, it's either one way or the other. Like there's the one thing about the guy is there's no middle direction. Either he's all evil or he's all good, and he's been playing a role. So, you just have to discern and do research and figure it out. I just gave what he was doing afterwards and all the people that he ended up meeting with, and the fact that he couldn't stand Netanyahu, like wouldn't even meet with a guy. So, you have to take Jimmy Carter and say, hey, he is the wild card in all this. Like either he was massively evil or he was massively good. So it's just, we'll just have to wait until all the chips come out and all the information comes out.
Yeah. Well, with him, two things with Jimmy Carter is that even right here, this is his second post on Carter. President Jimmy Carter is dead at 100 years of age. While I strongly disagree with him philosophically and politically, I also realize that he truly loved and respected our country and all it stands for. He worked hard to make America a better place, and for that I give him my highest respect. He was a truly good man and, of course, will be greatly missed. You always say that about somebody after they die. But then he says he was also very consequential, far more than most presidents after he left the Oval Office. What was he doing? What if he was a linchpin in Ukraine too? because he
Yeah.
can hide behind this Habitat for Humanity shit only so long, and then it's like, nope, 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 nope.
Well, yeah, I went through every trip that he took. After he left the Oval Office, is really starting in the late 90s. And he went to Ethiopia a lot. He went to Russia. He went to China. I think he went to like Nicaragua, Venezuela. His biggest thing was Habitat for Humanity, but it was also to get elections, to get fair elections. And he also cured in a bunch of places river blindness, which is all parasites. So in these tribes, he would go in there and give them ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, and it would cure them of the river blindness. So, when you go back through his trips, like he met with Xi Jinping, back when Xi Jinping was just like up and, like in the party and kind of and he's like, oh, I think this guy will be running China one day. Then he actually went and met with Medvedev when he was the president of Russia. And, Putin was off to the side there. And then he met with Medvedev and Putin in private for 2 hours. Just those three, I think. And it's like, what the hell were they talking about? And he hated Netanyahu. He wouldn't even meet with. Like, he couldn't stand it.
But the thing is that I think that was all ploy. I think that was a big ploy on hating Netanyahu, because what did he do? He really destabilized the Middle East by having the whole uprising in Iran and everything like that. Because remember, Israel wanted to keep on moving.
Mhm.
I think because Carter wanted to be that Messiah, and it was given off to Bibi. Because as soon as Bibi, as soon as Bibi got chosen by that Schneerson, the same guy that fucking brought us Education Day USA and all the bullshit laws. Once he was picked for that, then Carter, because if Carter's going to all these other countries, right? That's not his job.
No.
That's not his job to say, oh, well, we're going to run fair elections. We can't run a fair election in America. How about we start here with a fair election?
Agree.
And the thing, I think he was a big part, and I think him and George Bush were a lot tighter than people realize, because when you start seeing these elections, right, the only one that's Carter and Reagan, right, but who was the bad guy was G.W. Bush, GHW, right? So it's right there. So they had that tandem, because remember, he always had ties to Zbigniew Brzezinski and Kissinger and all them, so he kept those ties. So, and he authorized all this, Department of Education, everything. He brought all that in, and, FEMA. He brought FEMA in and everything like that. And that was on April Fool's. It's like, well, who's the fool now? It's like they said the guy's been, living in hospice for fucking 2 years.
2 years.
And even in an article right here, it says, let me see if I can find the date. I mean, this was an old Jimmy Carter article. It was right after Rosalind died. So it was after Rosalind, and it says Jimmy Carter 99 is no longer awake every day. Grandson says he's experienced the world as best as he can, but fucking damn it, I got to make sure I vote for Kamala, right? I think he was dead long before that.
I might have.
That's gonna come out. That's gonna come out big, because how did he vote?
Yeah.
So
the one thing about that is, if you go read the stuff right after he left office and stuff, he wrote a book, and it basically, and this is, early 80s, he was eviscerating Israel and, all the Jewish people, in his book. I mean, he had a bunch of his staff at the, Carter Center quit, because he's like, hey, I'm just calling it as I see it. And so there's a lot more to this guy. And when you look at it, now we find out with Iran and the overthrow that that's all Zoroastrianism. That religion is really what, is more connected to, what you would think of as Judaism, people who believe in the Talmud, that sect. It's intertwined massively with Zoroastrianism. So it would make sense that
they were the old ancient Iranian bloodlines. That's who they are. Yeah.
And that makes sense why these two have always been a conflict, Israel and Iran. I mean, in Iran, because they're run by the same people. that guy who took over for Soleimani at the head of the Quds Guard, they said, hey, this guy's Mossad. How does that happen? Which would mean Soleimani's Mossad, which means they've been running the whole playbook.
Yeah. But Shasta's mama put out something interesting. I remember this too. Remember, Carter had the black eye. He was part of that black eye club.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good, man.
No. Again, it's a lot of different things. And it's like, man, it's because who was the worst president ever? People say Carter. Well, he was in there for 4 years. FDR was by far and away the worst president ever. He's the guy who brought in all the New Deal, all the socialism, all the communism. He's the one who threatened the Supreme Court to add more justices. And that's what changed, and that's what brought in a minimum wage, which then brought in all of these unions and everything.
And think about it, Jack, FDR was there for 13 years.
And he put all 9 Supreme Court justices in their seat.
You're evil.
I mean, that guy's the worst. I mean, World War II, those sanctions against Japan with the oil. Japan was forced into a corner. So, yeah. When you look at, bad presidents, geez, I mean, that's a lot of, but it's like, all right, Carter, FEMA, bad, Department of Education. But again, Reagan could have overturned this stuff. There were other guys who, it really would have come down to Reagan. And Reagan did overturn one of his things, which was it was a taking over the psychiatric hospitals. That was one thing, like, immediately he took over. So again, that's another X mark on Jimmy.
Well, I saw this guy. His name is Sergeant Ray Horton. He's from Fort Bragg intelligence agency. He said again, CIA class and stuff, that Bush tried to have Reagan killed 5 times. So remember, Reagan, even though it's bigger than Reagan, of course, it's bigger than a president, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
he could only do so much anyway. And especially if he tried to kill him 5 times, which G.H. Bush did.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is way bigger than Reagan.
Yeah, and the reason they put Reagan in there because they knew he was going to be gone in a month. I mean, they tried to shoot him. I mean, they shot him less than 2 months after he took the oath of office. I mean, he was supposed to be the guy, and then Bush comes in, but somehow he survived. And they probably did 25th Amendment him, where he signed those letters for a colonoscopy. But the weird thing about that is, Strack, and that was in '85.
Yep,
that's right when the whole Iran-Contra scandal, all that. The weird thing is, and it was the Attorney General made him sign another letter saying he's of sound mind and body when he's signing, the powers over to the vice president, which means he never got it back. And that's why Reagan's first term is totally different than his second term. I mean, that whole Vaccine Immunity Act, that came in 1987, but Reagan in like the early 80s, like, why would I give you immunity if you can't prove to me why these things are safe?
It's almost like they did the same thing with Rockefeller, right? Rockefeller, again, Reagan, Carter, Gerald Ford, I'm sorry, all these guys, right? They keep doing the same.
Ford was just a placeholder for Rockefeller to go do his thing.
The same thing with Cheney and Bush, right? Cheney was running that, right?
Dirty, dirty, dirty.
Yeah.
And then also, so the guy was a lone wolf, right?
Yeah.
But yet the Airbnb blows up, right?
Right.
I guess that's just one wild coincidence too.
Yeah, he must have put it on a timer, right? Because he's sophisticated and explosives.
And my opinion is about this whole Vegas thing. This could be the fucking craziest thing, but I think they took a homeless guy. They shot him in the head. They doused him with an accelerant, so he'd be burned beyond recognition, right? They set the coordinates in and all that to go in there, to pull right in there, and thinking that it would have just destroyed the whole thing. But now they're shitting bricks because they're like, wait. Yeah. Elon's like, well, I think we can get this fucking thing running again.
Right.
And go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they picked the wrong vehicle to do this on because there's a hub that controls everything on it, that monitors everything. So you think about like insurance companies, all that. It makes it cheaper for insurance because then they could see if it was a vehicle fault, what was at fault, was it driver negligence, was it somebody else? I mean, that's brilliant on that end, but you know,
Why would they pick that one truck? You know,
yeah,
it's like that's what doesn't make any sense. It's
yeah.
almost like they want to get caught on this thing.
Well, I think it's go further. Why would they pick Vegas? What happened in Vegas?
Mhm,
Was
right.
the shooting, right? The
Right.
shooting needs to be explained. That was not what they told us. The
Right.
media lied about that. That was, again, the white hats and black hats having a firefight there in Vegas, right? They were trying to kill Ben Salman, right? That
No,
needs
not
to
it wasn't a white hat, black hat. It wasn't, the white hats weren't there. The white hats weren't battling them. This was all them doing it. The black hats. That wasn't white hat, black hat. They wanted to just kill. They just wanted to kill Mohammed bin Salman and Trump. They wanted to just
That's
do.
what I meant. They were trying to kill the white hat Ben Salman.
Yeah, they're trying to kill him, but
yeah.
yeah, but it's not a fire fight between the white hats and the black hats because that would have exposed everything. And
But that needs to come out. That needs to come out. That shooting.
oh, everything's gonna come out.
That's what
I mean, all this shit's gonna come out. Everything. They're gonna be. Wait till people find out all crisis actors. The whole. I mean, it just.
Yep.
Jack, can't hear you.
My bad. Sorry, I got background noise. Oh no, I was just saying thank you to Avery. Yeah, for the donation. Super nice of you, Avery. Thank you.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, crisis actors, and then but like all the different gunfire. People saying it's come from here, and then all these people just disappearing and dying under mysterious circumstances.
That was a saw. That was M249 saw. I know it very distinctively.
Yep.
When I heard this sound, I go, "There's a saw right there."
Mm-hmm.
Self-fed weapon. It's like
Yep.
there's nobody in the world can. I mean, when you start here and then you start here, it's like that's no like a bump stock.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he has like he's got like 100 shell cases behind him. And then the shell cases fell into the blood. Like, how does that work?
Yeah. and then the pistol that he shot himself with ended up over his head.
Right.
I mean, that's just simple physics right there, you know, equal out, you know.
Yeah.
God damn it, people just.
But that guy, Ian Carroll, he did a good breakdown of like the Vegas shooting and stuff.
Yeah. He does some awesome work.
Yeah, he does.
But here's a nice little video. It's 20 minutes, but who do you think writes the news, guys?
Definitely not us.
Of course not. Of course not.
The US media displays a pretty serious one-sided bias when it comes to Israel-Palestine, and there's all sorts of theories as to why. Many of them have a lot of weight to it. But what I found in my research is that quite a lot of the most prestigious and influential people in America's newsrooms actually used to work for the Israeli government, and specifically in Israeli military intelligence in a notorious group called Unit 8200. Now, chief of those is Axios's Barak Ravid, who this year actually won the prestigious White House Press Correspondents' Dinner Award for the best journalism of 2024. And at that ceremony, he was embraced by Joe Biden. There were speeches given about how wonderful his reporting is and how precise and how much of an insider he is.
The Aldo Beckman Award for Overall Excellence in White House Coverage, named for a former association president, the late Chicago Tribune correspondent Aldo Beckman, goes to Barak Ravid of Axios. The judges said Barak Ravid's reporting displayed deep, almost intimate levels of sourcing in the United States and abroad that produced stories closely aligned to the events that subsequently transpired. His stories put the reader into the room as decisions were being made in the tumultuous aftermath of the October 7th Hamas-led raids on Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, the WHCA is pleased to give the Aldo Beckman Award to Barak Ravid.
Now, Ravid, if you look at his articles in Axios, he's probably the chief person who pushes this. Biden is getting really sick with Israel. Biden is distancing himself from Netanyahu, stuff that we've heard for more than 12 months now, without any real consequences happening. Biden, of course, said, if Israel goes into Rafah, that's the last straw. We're not supporting them after that. Well, Israel went to Rafah and much further, and the Biden administration is still there. So Ravid is an Israeli, but more importantly, he was, until at least 2023, a member of Unit 8200, which is an Israeli military spying organization. In 2023, he very publicly said he would no longer serve there after Netanyahu overstepped his mark, going after the opposition in Israel. Now, who are Unit 8200? They are Israel's most elite and perhaps most notorious military unit. Unit 8200 are responsible for cyber warfare, for clandestine operations, and for many of the most infamous incidents that we've seen in the past few years in the world of spying and intelligence, including the Lebanese pager attack, which killed many people and injured thousands of civilians. And ex-Unit 8200 agents were behind the Pegasus scandal, this software that was used to spy on tens of thousands of politicians, academics, journalists, activists all around the world, including the Washington Post Jamal Khashoggi, who the Saudi authorities were using Pegasus with permission from the Israeli government to spy on this guy, and then they dismembered him with a bone saw. So Unit 8200 is really the centerpiece of Israel's surveillance state. It is a daily reality for Palestinians that they are thrown into this massive dragnet of surveillance where their faces are being recorded constantly, where their every movement is being tracked, their texts, their calls with their relatives. All of this is being put into a huge Unit 8200 database. And this information is being used by this group to dredge up huge amounts of compromise on Palestinians. So, for example, if you are secretly a homosexual or if you are cheating on your spouse, Unit 8200 will know because they've got the receipts, and they will use that to influence you and try to turn you into an informant against your comrades and your neighbors and your relatives. Not only that, Unit 8200 is the centerpiece of the very, very controversial Lavender software, which assigns a score of between 1 and 100 to any Palestinian in Gaza. And the higher the number you are, the more likely they are in their estimation for you to be a Hamas supporter, Hamas sympathizer, or a Hamas operative. And if your number goes above a certain level, you are automatically put on a kill list that Unit 8200 used, this AI-generated kill list in Gaza, to target tens of thousands of civilians in Gaza and turn that place into the world's biggest smoldering parking lot. So this is who Unit 8200 are. And there are a number of these former Unit 8200 journalists working in the United States. Ravid is one of them, but CNN also employs a number of them. For example, Shachar Paled, she spent 3 years as an officer in Unit 8200, leading a team of analysts in surveillance, intelligence, and cyber warfare. And then in 2017, she was hired as a producer for CNN to write segments for big shows like Christine Amanpour's show, like Fareed Zakaria's show. And then she later went on to work for Google. Another Unit 8200 operative who went to work for CNN is Tal Heinrich. She spent 3 years as a Unit 8200 agent, and then she became the news desk producer at CNN's Jerusalem bureau, where she actually produced and oversaw the news about Operation Protective Edge, which was the last time Israel started attacking Gaza. And so tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of Americans would have seen content produced by Tal Heinrich, who I will remind you is a former Israeli spy, that is being, sent to huge numbers of people all around the world as supposedly objective, factual reporting, when it is anything but. And it goes, beyond this. Of course, last year, and I know you're aware of this, the New York Times hired Anat Schwartz, this ex-Israeli Air Force intelligence official who had zero journalistic experience. And she was brought into the Times so that she could report this ridiculous Screams Without Words dossier, which was almost immediately debunked by people in independent media. And it was so free of actual evidence about Hamas committing atrocities against women on October 7th that it actually caused something of an internal revolt at the New York Times. So, yeah, it is really extraordinary that people like this are allowed to just get jobs in a hyper-competitive industry. And we in the West, I've sort of been trained to see Israel as just like this sort of neutral state. Being in the Israeli military isn't, a problem. But I would ask anyone watching this to think, what if this was ex-officers in Russia's FSB or in Hezbollah intelligence? Would we think that was just normal for them to be working at CNN or the New York Times? I think the answer is no.
Yeah, this is really incredible. I read your piece kind of alongside this recent piece from Adam Johnson and Othman Ali from December 18th in The Nation titled How Sunday Morning News Shows Promote an Anti-Palestinian Agenda for Washington. And they did an analysis of the content on these shows, Meet the Press, ABC's This Week with George Stephanopoulos, Face the Nation, State of the Union at CNN. And they found that with the exception of one interview, Sunday news shows covered and debated the so-called Israel-Hamas war for 12 months without speaking to a single Palestinian or Palestinian American. With one exception, for a year, none of the major Sunday news shows even spoke to a Palestinian. On the other hand, on the other side of things, you're describing to me institutionally, an institutional reality that so many of the people who are writing and producing segments for these major programs aren't just Israeli or aren't just people who might, for other reasons, be sympathetic to Israel and have their own bias, but were in fact Israeli spies who operated within one of the most polarizing, I would argue, toxic segments of the Israeli military.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, there's no surprise to most people who've been following this that there is a huge bias there. That, of course, comes from the top down in the sense that the United States is a very close ally of Israel, and it's very rare for big corporate media outlets that are somewhat aligned with the United States government to really challenge Washington on anything substantial. But it's also the case that individual journalists inside the organizations are really not willing to do that, specifically because they have skin in the game, that they actually were participants in this. And it goes right to the top. I mean, if you look at the sorts of people who actually control a lot of these organizations, I mean, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, he volunteered to be a prison guard in the IDF during the Second Palestinian Intifada. And he actually, in his memoirs, revealed that he helped cover up prisoner abuse at that time and has faced zero consequences for it.
This is Jeffrey Goldberg.
That's right, yes.
Yeah, and he says he's helped to cover up prisoner abuse?
That's what it says in his memoirs, that he talks about the abuse that's going on in these Israeli prisons, which frankly shouldn't surprise many people. And also probably not so surprising for people who actually cover this is that the IDF units that were actually perpetrating these crimes really faced basically no consequences for it. But this goes right to the top. I mean, the New York Times, I mean, their Jerusalem bureau, they own a property that was stolen from a prominent Palestinian family in the 1948 Nakba. Her name is Ghada Kamini, and we've interviewed her at Mint Press News, and the New York Times is aware of this. But that their outlet is actually directly participating in the ongoing displacement of Palestinians shows that they are taking a side in this. And of course, lots of New York Times columnists actually have relatives that have served in the IDF, and they're proud of that. They're boasting about it. But that sort of thing, if it was going on the other side, we've seen so many journalists lose their jobs because of taking mildly pro-Palestinian or mildly anti-Israel positions, criticizing Israel as an apartheid state, etc., etc. This is happening across the board in the West. And yet when people are revealed to be actually, agents of Israeli or former agents of Israeli spying institutions or Israeli military, or another piece I wrote recently, which was called it was called Revealed the Israeli Lobbyists Writing America's News, found hundreds of people who used to work at institutions like the Anti-Defamation League or AIPAC, who are now in senior positions in management, in production, all across America's newsrooms. So it's institutional as well as systemic.
You open your piece with Barak Ravid in particular. This one journalist who, as you pointed out, was rewarded by President Biden last year for exceptional journalism. I don't want to skate over the sort of methodology behind the madness here. You know, what the effect of the kind of reporting he does is, because for people who might not be so online or might not pay that much attention to bylines, they might not understand the impression that is given by the kinds of headlines that Barak Ravid typically writes. And you alluded to it a little bit, but I just want to make sure we're really clear about it. I'm going to just read off a couple of examples from your article, and then I would love you to explain what you think these headlines are in service of, what the ultimate goals are. So here's some examples. Scoop: Biden tells Bibi he's not in it for a year of war in Gaza. Scoop: White House cancels meeting, scolds Netanyahu in protest over video. Biden running out of patience with Bibi as Gaza war hits 100 days. Biden-Bibi clash escalates as U.S. accused of undermining Israeli government. Biden and Bibi red lines for Rafah put them on a collision course. Biden on hot mic told Bibi we need come to Jesus meeting on Gaza. What's the effect of these headlines?
Sure. I mean, they are based on anonymous State Department or White House officials telling Ravid this, apparently. But they're the actual reason for them to be published and the output and what they actually do to the American public is to try to distance the Biden administration from the horrors of what's going on in Gaza. The reality is that the Biden administration has stood shoulder to shoulder with Netanyahu and the Israeli government throughout these atrocities, this ongoing genocide that is going on. And it is paying the price on the world stage where the United States global public opinion has been falling drastically in the past 14 months. These articles serve as a way to try to whitewash American complicity in this genocide and to try to shift the Biden administration away from their very clear support of a genocide and make it look like they're an honest broker, a neutral party who's just trying to do the best, trying to, do something for peace, and trying to make them look like they're not as guilty and as complicit in genocide as they truly are.
Yeah, and you see this narrative really embraced by a lot of liberal Zionists too, especially over the course of the last 14 months. I cannot deny the gravity of the humanitarian situation, the reality of the genocide in Gaza. So the pivot has been to, as the cognitive dissonance starts to ratchet up, well, it's not Israel, it's Netanyahu. And as soon as Netanyahu is gone, the fundamental project is going to be okay. And when you listen to more sort of progressive outlets, like a kind of a Pod Save America, neoliberal progressive outlets, you see them really leaning hard on this idea that it's really about Bibi. I don't know, a lot of people in the audience might have listened to the Pod Save interview with Hassan Piker, for instance. And there's an exchange where I think it's John Levitz pushes back a little bit. It can't really say, no, you're wrong, Hassan, about the genocide and the gravity of it all. But, Netanyahu, it's really Netanyahu. Maybe we can get that clip in here.
Yes, Israel is responsible for Israel's actions, but we do need to separate Benjamin Netanyahu and his conduct from the Israeli people. In the same, that doesn't mean they're not responsible in the same way that America is not George W. Bush, right? But America is responsible for what George W. Bush, when he is in command of our armed forces.
Yeah.
But we understand that distinction.
Of course. The problem is you have to also look at the Overton window, though, in any society, in any culture, in any country, right? And I think that, and I come from, I'm Turkish. Like, I come from a country with conscription. Like, I understand what ultra nationalism is. I've lived through it. I've experienced it. I know what it's like when Turkish people hear me say like that the Armenian genocide is real, for example. Like that's like a non-starter, right? That's like, you can't say that. What are you talking about? I learned in school that it wasn't real, right? Like I understand how a country can become more and more right-wing, where even the liberal position is still committed to the maintenance of an apartheid. And I think that is where we're at with Israel, and we have to restrain Israel as we are the number one partner of Israel, whether it be the weapons that we give to Israel, whether it be the financial support that we give to Israel, or whether it be the trade partnership that we have, or the financial partnership that we have with Israeli companies. We have a lot of influence over what Israel does.
And so when you see how crucial that argument is to folks who want to continue to defend Biden and his bear hug Bibi strategy, want to continue to defend the Democratic Party, want to put space between the Democratic Party and what Biden has enabled over the last 14 months, these kinds of articles are in direct service to that. And then thinking about that and reflecting on Biden literally wrapping his arms around Barack Ravid at, what was it, the Correspondents' Dinner earlier this year, really raises some red flags about what these so-called independent institutions are really doing, and how they're serving the public versus our political structures. I want to also give you an opportunity to go into more detail on what Unit 8200, 8,000, how are we saying this number? 8200 is kind of understood and sort of esteemed in Israeli society, so we get a better picture of how broad the reach is and why so many people who have served in that intelligence capacity end up in such sort of elite places in American institutions.
So in Israel, everyone has to serve in the military. It's mandatory. But you certainly don't get picked for Unit 8200 by mistake or by accident. It's described as Israel's Harvard. And the reason is Israel's got this burgeoning tech industry, which is known worldwide. And where do all of these recruits come from? It's actually from Unit 8200. That's where they come in, because this is where all of this military technology and all of these startups are incubated, and then they're sent out into the world. So you will find that very rich parents spend tens of thousands of dollars in some cases for lessons for their children so that they can pass the exams, so that they get chosen for Unit 8200. And the reason is that they know that if they spend 3 years in there, they are going to make the connections to mean that they will get jobs in the tech industry, in some of these really big Israeli companies, or later on, maybe in Google, maybe in Amazon. So other investigations I found that literally hundreds of Unit 8200 ex-officials at Unit 8200 now work at all the big social media companies like Google, like Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon. I found, for example, that there are at least 99 former Unit 8200 veterans currently serving at Google. And that is certainly an undercount, because it's actually under Israeli law an offense to reveal that you were either currently or previously in Unit 8200. So those are the people that I was able to find on LinkedIn, brazenly flouting Israeli law, saying, yeah, I used to be an Israeli spy and now I'm working at Google. So the real number is going to be much, much larger. So yeah, Unit 8200 is like the centerpiece of the Israeli surveillance state, and people compete. The competition is absolutely tenacious to try and get in there, because once you've got your foot in the door there, that opens up so many opportunities for high-paid jobs in the tech industry. And that's why it's considered the most elite unit in the Israeli military.
Hey YouTube, thanks for watching. Just a reminder that this is a
Unit 8200. You mean the Talpia program, right? One we've been talking about the whole entire time. What a hot mess this is. What a mess this is. Man, oh man, oh man. I mean, shit. That's not even the good stuff. I mean, shit. There was I saved 4 videos, and they had to do with this whistleblower about Hillary Clinton's emails that just came out. Oh boy. The tidbits that we're picking out of that, and we'll play them too, because they're like 10, 12 minutes each. But these have got to be watched, because once we see how they've been doing all this, it's diabolical of what they're doing.
I got a question for you, sir. You were talking about the satanic connection with the army. You have more on that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We got a shit ton. I mean, we even have the calendar where they meet.
Yeah.
They meet on Fridays.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, shit.
It's loud in the background here, so I'll probably go just mute for a while, but we're gonna watch some videos. So but that was great reporting by that guy. Wow.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it gives you a good perspective that, you know, this stuff is getting out there, and saying here, you know, and he gave a good example. What if this was the FBS, FSB, excuse me, you know, what would you think that, you know, like that some Russians are, you know, reporting from CNN, that would be kind of a problem, I would imagine.
But I want to be very clear on this. You know, when we talk about military and you know, coming from the military, we're not talking about the rank and file. We're talking about senior officers at the Pentagon level and above, the commander level, that have been infiltrated at the senior non-commissioned officer and officer level. So again, but shit rolls downhill, right? Of course, Strack. But the thing is, remember, Obama and Clinton, they removed a lot of the military guys. There used to be 21 divisions in the United States Army alone. They removed it. They cut it in half. They cut it down to 10 divisions. And then when they took out the good officers and the good NCOs, they were able to put in their infiltrators.
Right. Yeah. Probably there was a test here. Either you do this or you don't, you know?
Yeah.
And people they already knew, like they got already, like you, Strack, they already had you lined up for what they already knew that you're not going to go along with the plan.
Right.
We're
not taking anything away from our service members in uniform.
No,
not the
this is
no way, no way.
Because this was a very closed off thing.
Yes.
I mean, you're already in a secret union in PSYOPs.
Yes.
Then to get people who are going to go along with us, it's going to be a very short list.
Yes.
And again, all that psychological testing and all your evaluations and all this, your upbringing, all that stuff, and who your family is, they all looked in that.
Yeah. But were there other units less compromised? Yeah, it's called the United States Marine Corps. Yeah. The United States Marine Corps, as we speak, are kicking ass.
Mm-hmm. I'm guessing Delta Force too.
I
think that's the entire. Yeah, I think that's the entire reason that Carter stood him up.
SOCO, yep.
Yeah.
Special Operations Command.
Because there's selection and assessment. Like, you listen to some guys who went through it. It's brutal. That month in the woods. Marching around. Rucking around the West Virginia mountains. Then you make it through there, and the guys are like, that was tough, or that was kind of brutal. Some guys are like, hey, it wasn't that bad. Then they're like, every one of them's like, I never want to go through a assessment again, where it's all these psychological, all of these psychiatrists, psychologists come in, and then the whole unit commander's there, and they're just screaming at you. They're asking you questions. It's like, the other stuff I can handle. This stuff, one time. But they probably have to weed out guys like Dan Crenshaw, whose dad was most likely in the CIA.
Yep. Big time. So I got the 4 videos. I put them in the chat, and I'll play them in sequential order how I placed them. And when you hear about this whole whistleblower, this email scandal, oh my God. Treason is saying it lightly. Lightly. And the best part is that we know exactly how she was getting what she was getting, because we described it a while ago, and it's actually in the drops too. So, it's gonna get good.
on the 7th floor. That's where all the leadership of the FBI is. And they were talking about the investigation into Hillary. And what they saw, or what the words that were, all throughout this thing were words like treason. They were saying things like, this is too big. It was so big that it could, bring down the government. They were talking about things like that they were going to basically shut down their investigation because they were concerned. They thought for sure she was going to be president. I mean, this is what everybody believed. And they thought there was going to be retribution. So they decided to cover up these crimes by essentially making these investigations go away. So when I hear this, I've taken that oath. I've taken that oath as a soldier.
Mm-hmm.
I took that oath as a Navy civilian and as a Marine civilian. I can't ignore that. And because I do believe, I've got a firm belief that someday I'm going to stand before my maker and he's going to ask me about these things. And that it's not just when we do evil things, that alone is not evil. Along with that is when we know that we can do good and we don't do good. That's just as bad. And so I had to pray long and hard about it because I knew this was going to be a career killer for me. I knew that this was going to end my career, potentially cause me, harm to my freedom, possibly cause harm to my health, and certainly, cause emotional distress probably for my family. But I prayed long and hard about it, and I did go and I searched. I had access, so I went and I searched into their databases, and I looked for if there was any truth to these things that were being said. And I didn't discover those transcripts because by the time that I worked up the courage to look for it, those had probably already been compartmentalized. But what I found was a ton of evidentiary documents, including suspicious activity reports and things like that, where the FBI had been investigating with 3 different field offices. You had Little Rock, Arkansas, New York City field office, and the Washington field office had 3 separate investigations that were open into Hillary Clinton. They had a ton of these documents that had basically showed the entire money trail. And you had 4 crimes that were listed on these documents that basically that they had identified: money laundering, public corruption, securities and exchange fraud, and terrorism financing. So these are what are listed. These are what she was being investigated for. And they had evidence, and they had analyst notes in these documents. It's at a high probability of those crimes. So I'm thinking, when I first see this, these have case numbers. I'm going, they're not covering this up. She's going to get indicted. And then you'll remember. So at first, I just kind of I made copies of these documents and on my computer, and it's on the classified side. And but I just kind of decided not to do anything. I was just going to wait and see. And then you'll remember, Comey comes out in front of the J. Edgar Hoover building, and he calls for a press conference. And then he's talking about the email server. And he's saying, oh, yes, we investigated. Now, we found thousands of classified documents on this email server, even after she, bleach bitted, was it 30,000 emails or whatever?
33,000, I think that number.
So which that in and of itself is a crime. I mean, listen, I've had subpoenas come to me for documents in 27 years working for the government. There have been some times where I had gotten an email, from the security saying, hey, don't delete anything in your email because we have a leak or a spill or something like that, and we need to come examine it. So I, threat of going to jail, absolutely, I'm not going to do anything. But yeah, she had things deleted. And then, but even still, they still found thousands of classified emails. And he goes up, and this is where really caught my attention. He said, and we found 7 email chains that had special access programs. Now, most people have no idea what that even means. That's above top secret, okay? Top secret is the highest clearance, but then you have what they have called compartmentalization.
Yeah.
In my career, I've only maybe a couple of times been read on to, SAPs. And SAPs are no joke. Like, when you go to review these documents, they're in a folder with a cover sheet. I don't get to handle these until I'm in a secured space. Now, I worked in a SCIF, but even in the SCIF, where everybody in there has a top secret clearance. I can't have these at my desk.
Yep.
All right, because they don't want somebody walking by and shoulder surfing and seeing what's in there because they don't have a need to know.
Yep.
So in that case, what happens is you go to your security officer. They first of all check to see if you're on the list. Then they do the combination, open up the safe, pull out that document, sign it out, hand carry it with you to a safe room where you can review these documents, and then they take them back. And so basically the only time you're ever alone with these documents is when you're sitting in this like little secured area. And so the fact that there were 7 of those, 7 email chains with these SAPs on them in her personal private email server in her home, there's no way you even get those out of a SCIF and out of the hands of the security manager without knowingly violating the law.
So you're saying this was part of the 33,000 emails that were deleted off her Gmail?
No.
Like her Gmail, right?
These ones were found. So who knows how many were in the deleted ones?
Thousands and thousands.
There could be. We don't know.
But this was on her personal email.
Her
like a Gmail.
No. This was a personal server that was being used to basically get around FOIA.
It was located in New Jersey, correct?
Yeah, Chappaquiddick.
Chappaquiddick, okay.
In the basement bathroom of her home.
Yes.
So she was stealing documents.
So we call that in the government we call that espionage.
Right.
The legal definition of espionage, it fits. And I'll remind you, at that time, there was a naval, I think it was a submariner, who had been thrown in jail for doing nothing more than taking a picture of his hot rack.
Yeah, because
a hot rack's basically it's like a cot,
Yeah. Yeah, it's anything on
the sub's considered class.
SSEI, and so.
So, yeah, this guy though got thrown in jail for something that really wasn't a national security threat, but yet Hillary Clinton has SAPs on her server, and the only reason she has that server, because here's the thing: so in the government, everything has to be done on government computers. The reason is because of the Freedom of Information Act. They do not want some secret deals going on that cannot be verified at some point in time later. Yeah. And so the only reason that she had that server was to get around.
For sure.
That's my presumption, but that is what.
So even the existence of it was nefarious.
Absolutely. Sure. Yeah. Now, so this is all going down. You have Comey admit in that interview that there was evidence that you had foreign adversaries that had accessed that server. So I'm talking to my buddies, from my days working at NSA, and I'm like, hey man, you seen this? This certainly looks like to me, and we all had the same thought. It's a Dropbox. You put some documents there, foreign enemies hack into it, get those documents, and now you can claim, oh, I didn't know they were going to do
by
that.
Hacking means sign into it.
Right. So I saw this, and the moment I saw that, I knew at that moment that everything that I had heard was true. They were going to cover this up, because the next words out of his mouth are, but no reasonable prosecutor would bring a case against somebody for this. She was just unsophisticated. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Yep. She was the Secretary of State.
Yep.
That means that she was at least, at minimum, a derivative classifier, which means she went through all the training. She had signed all of the, non-disclosure agreements and everything. She knew damn well what she was doing.
Yep, 100%.
So at this point, now I'm kind of like, crap, what the hell am I going to do? And so I ended up having to blow the whistle. And I remember the night I came home and I told my wife. And we were living in Maryland, Union Bridge at the time. And I come home and I was not my normal talkative self. And my wife, and we're laying in bed, and she goes, "What's up with you? You're not talking. You're not saying anything. Something's up. I can tell." And I just said, "I think I got to blow the whistle on the FBI." And she sits up and goes, "What?" And then her next question was, "Why does it have to be you? Why can't somebody else do it? You're just a contractor."
That's a fair question.
It is. And I told her, I said, if not me, then who's going to do it? I mean, clearly I'm not the only person that's seen these, but nobody, as far as I know, is willing to do that. I mean, these guys that work there at the Bureau that are government employees, they probably got pensions, families,
My question is, why would they have the backroom conversations in a place where it's being recorded?
I don't know. Well, it's
like
well
they screw
because
themselves.
because it was classified, and maybe they thought they'd just compartmentalize it, but somebody saw those transcripts and then basically.
Well, if it's on record, Nate, won't somebody see it eventually?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, look at all the
apparently
things.
that hasn't really mattered because now
No.
here we are almost a decade later.
Yeah.
That's a
and
good point. Nobody really-
nobody's actually never mind been charged, but I mean, nobody's never mind gone to jail or anything, but nobody's even been charged.
Yeah.
There's been there's been nothing from the DOJ. Even Donald Trump, who was the famous for lock her up.
Yeah.
Even his DOJ did nothing. I mean, it's possible.
Well, he never had any control.
No, that's fairly obvious.
That was one of the things that really upsets me is when I hear these people say, "Oh, the FBI is supposed to be an independent agency." Bullcrap. That's not what the Constitution says.
Mm-hmm.
The president.
Well, the FBI is not in the Constitution, but
but he is the senior executive for all of the executive branch.
Yeah.
And there is nothing that is supposed to be out of his purview. The buck stops with him. So that is a fallacy that gets pushed, is that the FBI should be independent. No, we have a process of holding the president accountable. It's called impeachment. But really, everything else is supposed to be accountable to him.
Yeah.
But get back to the story. What happened after that was I ended up not knowing how to get this stuff out of there, because basically, as I started reviewing these documents, the names that are on a lot of these documents, people that knew about it, that were in the know, so they had to have been involved in somehow in the cover-up, were James Comey. You had Rod Rosenstein, who's the Deputy Attorney General, because he was the U.S. Attorney at the time of Uranium One, and a lot of the documents were about that and what happened with that. Uranium One was a Canadian mining company that basically was given permission by the CFIUS committee, who Hillary Clinton was the chair of, to be purchased by a Russian energy company called Rosatom. Now, the problem is the FBI knew before that decision was made that Rosatom was basically an agent of the Russian government. They had all of the evidence. They had an intelligence report that basically showed this, and it was from like 2009 or something like that, and it showed that they were involved in a bribery and kickback scheme trying to infiltrate our uranium supply chain. So they know this before they allow for this sell to happen. And the FBI director at the time that went on, Robert Mueller. Who was the deputy at that time? James Comey. So basically, you're talking like a huge, huge scandal here.
Mm-hmm.
And so I end up, I can't go through my normal chain of command to blow the whistle. I couldn't go through the IG either, because Michael Atkinson, who's the Intelligence Community Inspector General at the time of the Uranium One thing, he's the guy who's the head of the Public Corruption Unit for the FBI, which means he's in the know.
Thanks for watching this clip from the Culture War podcast, where
All right, so couple things. After all these, we're gonna put up the bridge again. That Federal Bridge Certification Authority Network. That's how she was getting the special access programs, guys. Remember, she was selling root keys to all these industries. So what she would do is she would actually go on there herself, and she would, go to Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin and all this and take all their shit. And then she would sell it. That's the shit she was doing. And then the company that she headed, right? Whatever the corporation, whatever that bought it out and everything, the Scythius corporation or company. Like a scythe, like a sickle. Like a hammer and a sickle, right? Bringing some communism. Good times, good times. But this one has to do with why he refused to go to the press. Man, these...
That there was the option of going to the press at all?
No, never. And I'll tell you why. Remember, you'd already seen Manning. You'd already seen what had happened, Julian Assange, and you'd already seen Snowden. You already had plenty of evidence that you leak something to the press, you're going to jail or you're going to have to leave your country and flee. You know, it's not an option. So there's no way in hell I'm going to jeopardize, you know, myself in that way. And so but I knew the one option that I had, and I went and I looked at the federal law, and I'm like, okay, well, who can I go through if I don't go through this normal whistleblower process? Well, there was a law in the books that said that anybody who was a senior staffer to either the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence or the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, they could take classified information from anyone without any question. And I had a courier card, meaning I could carry classified documents out of the FBI anywhere so long as I was authorized. So what I did in a roundabout way to kind of protect myself was I reached out through a secondary person to get to Devin Nunes, and reached out to his office. We set up a clandestine meeting, and his senior staffer, George Pappas. Now, interestingly enough, at the time, Devin Nunes had two senior staffers. One was George Pappas, the other was Kash Patel.
Oh, okay.
So the likelihood that Kash has seen these documents is very high. And so I hope something good will come out of this eventually. But I ended up meeting with George Pappas. We went and picked him up, drove around the Capitol for about 3 hours while I debriefed him. I had everything on a thumb drive, and I handed it over to him. And then he says to me, look, do you have anything more on, because most of what I had was suspicious activity reports that had been analyzed. And he goes, do you have anything more specifically about Uranium One? We're investigating this and we're getting stonewalled by the FBI. And I said, no. And he says, there's rumors that there is a intelligence report that would give the dates and times of what the FBI knew and when they knew it. Would you be willing to go back in and get that information for us? And I'm like, oh, crap. Are you serious? So I agree. He gives me these, basically an encrypted app to contact him through chat. And we tested out, works. And so my last day at the FBI, because, it took everything, to work up the courage to do it. I put it all on a thumb drive along with everything I had put on there before, and I carry it out. And I try contacting him. And
I got to ask you, though, man, my redneck mind just kind of goes, did your butthole get all puckered up during that time? Were you
the whole time, brother? I was probably sweating. When I walked out of the bureau, I knew I could get stopped.
Now, you walked out in physical possession of
classified information.
And now this was technically illegal then, right?
No.
Or because your courier card.
Whistleblowing makes it legal, and I had a courier card. Makes it legal, but
whistleblowing makes it legal, but
it does. But there's this
reality winner,
right,
or
yes,
Snowden, or
right.
or
well, here's the problem: if I get, because I didn't go through originally, I didn't go through the ICWPA or the WPA, right? Mm-hmm. It puts me in the in the precarious situation that if HPSI doesn't back up my story, mm-hmm. I am screwed. I got nothing in writing showing anything at this point, but. I've been asked. So technically, I was under the agency of the HPSI at this point, okay? Because they can provide you some protections. But now I get out and I've been cut off. So now what do? I got this classified thumb drive. I'm no longer at the FBI. I turned in my badge. I did hold on to my courier card, but the problem is now I'm screwed because I can't destroy this evidence. It needs to be seen by the oversight committee. So. I reach out to a lawyer, actually, the same friend that kind of connected me. I say, hey, I need you to find me a lawyer, and I need a lawyer like yesterday. And so I meet with this attorney, and I'm paranoid at this point. I'm like, I don't want to meet anywhere except in a public place, but where we can still have a private conversation. And so he said, all right, how about my church? I'm like, all right, that works. So we meet at St. Michael's Church, and he basically tells me, yeah, you're basically in the same situation as Snowden, except you haven't left the country. And I think at that point my face turned white, and I realized, oh man, I am in some serious trouble here. And then he asks me, he goes, are you independently wealthy? I go, no. I go, why are you asking? He goes, well, do you have any rich relatives? I'm like, no. And he goes, because I'm expensive. And I'm like, you can't do this pro bono? And he laughs at me. He goes, you're going up against Hillary Clinton and her cronies, the FBI's senior leadership, and Russian intelligence agents. No, that's way too much liability. He says my law partner would throw me out of the office.
And by the way, I'm not suicidal.
Yeah, right.
Trust me, I'm not going to hang myself.
Did have information that could lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton.
Right. And so
not only could have, should have.
Yeah. And so I end up, he asks me all this, and I basically say no. And he says, well, I'll make a couple phone calls and see if maybe I can find some rich uncles to sponsor you or something. But he goes, I got to be honest with you. This is you're in a bad situation, and I can't take this on for free. And I went home that night and I wept. I got with my wife. I thought my life was over. And we got on our knees and we prayed and prayed and prayed. And 2 days later, I get a phone call from this attorney, and he tells me, he says, I went down to Nashville to talk to a woman who's, independently wealthy, and she's an older woman. She's got more money than she needs, and I was hoping that she would, maybe donate like $10,000 to kind of get a legal fund started for you. And she asked him, after he told her the story, she asked him, how much is this going to end up costing this kid? He said, probably a couple $100,000. And she pulled out her checkbook and wrote a check for $200,000. At the end of this, with like several different attorneys, it ended up costing $198,000. That was God. There's no way that kind of thing just happens. And so that was the first kind of miraculous thing that occurred. And there were several other things that happened that were just amazing. But the second thing that was kind of really powerful was about 10 years earlier, my wife and I were living in Moreno Valley, California, and our church was doing this thing on learning to hear God's voice and all of that. And we were supposed to pray and fast and then write down what we hear. And I had written down one thing.
Did you say wrote?
Yeah, I did.
That was country, boy.
I know. I'm living in West Virginia.
It's
too
okay.
long.
Justin Timberlake at one time used the term "bleeded" in a song.
Yeah.
I know
Yes. I use words like holler now too. So
I'm just happy that I understood exactly what you were talking about.
Okay, so I wrote down, go to Sakaris. And so at the time, I got on MapQuest. That's how long ago it was.
The worst website ever developed.
Absolutely.
Because it always took me the wrong way.
And there was no place in the country called Sakaris. And I remember, and my wife even remembered, because she was arguing with me saying, well, maybe you heard God wrong. Maybe it's Socorro, because there was like a place called Socorro, New Mexico. And I'm like, no, I know what I heard. I heard Sakaris. So I just kind of forgot about it. I thought maybe,
You weirdo.
I don't know, maybe I heard something wrong, or maybe I ate some, bad guacamole or whatever, but I forget about it. So remember, I didn't pick this lawyer. Somebody else found him for me. But I'm sitting in the car. We're getting ready to walk into Joe DeGeneva and Victoria Towsing's office because we needed to get some legal counsel from a defense attorney. And Victoria Towsing, she was interviewing, or she was not, she was defending the other Uranium One whistleblower, I think, guy named William Joseph Campbell, who was an FBI informant that basically got left twisting in the wind with classified drives and everything, and he wanted to go public with it. So she's representing him. So we went to go talk with her. Before we went in, and by the way, at this point, I probably had an ulcer. I was so stressed out, so just nervous about everything, because I'm thinking, man, any moment I'm going to get whacked, or I'm going to get arrested or something. And we're getting ready to walk in, and I said, Michael, can you pray with me, please? And he said, absolutely. I didn't know if he was a religious guy or not, but I knew he was at least Catholic. He went to church, and so he grabs me by the hand and he prays. And the moment he says amen, all of a sudden I have this flashback of that memory from 10 years earlier, and I realize his last name is Sakaris, Michael Sakaris.
It's wild.
And immediately, all of a sudden, I just had peace. I knew. For 10 years, God had been leading me down this road, leading me down this path, put me right where I needed to be, and I had nothing to fear. And so, from that point forward, he ended up working out an arrangement with the Department of Justice Inspector General Michael Horowitz, who turned out to be a stand-up guy. I mean, this guy went to extraordinary means to, number one, allow me to maintain my anonymity. Ironically, or not ironically, it's funnily, my there's another word there.
Funnily.
Funnily.
Could you write these down?
Yes.
Yeah, take notes.
My lawyer.
So we're getting it all.
My lawyer, he puts down, on writing and everything, this agreement with the DOJ IG, and he says, my client will heretofore be called by such and such code name, and so I'm reading this document. It says MC POTA, and I'm like, MC POTA. You couldn't pick a cooler name than that? I mean, dude, I'm only going to do this once in my life.
Top secret.
Couldn't you
MC
pick
POTA.
like 008 or something,
Look, it's better than Deep Throat.
I guess you're right about that.
Considering the
I think he did say, well, would you prefer Deep Throat? And I'm like, no. But it's hilarious because I go, man, this, what does this even mean? And he goes, oh, you'll like it. And so you got to understand the background of this guy. So he comes to America at 14 after seeing his father put in a work camp by Castro. So he hates communists. And so he names, he gives me the code name MC POTA, and I find out it means making communists pay out the ass.
I mean,
so I'm like, I love it, man. I'm owning that.
Not bad.
That's a good one.
But so I mean, that's the story of how I got through the whistleblowing. And eventually I ended up getting these documents to him. We had a clandestine meet at the St. John's Episcopal Church across from the White House. I go in wearing a hoodie and sunglasses, and I'm disguising myself.
Full Unabomber gear.
Yes. I mean, it was total sus.
Thanks for watching this clip from the Culture War podcast. We're live every Friday.
I mean, that one's great. I mean, these next couple.
Somehow I missed what year that was when he did all that.
He said year. Well, it was during Trump's presidency.
Oh, was it? Because it said MapQuest, so I figured that might have been before that.
Oh, that was all before that when he got all the stuff and everything like that. And then he went and met Horowitz. So Horowitz was Trump. So I wonder if he got it, right there in the beginning.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering when he got the information and then kind of put it aside or whatever he did,
Man,
because MapQuest, that would have been right around 2010, 11, 12, something like that.
Yeah. And that's probably when Uranium One was around there too.
Yeah.
It was under Obama.
That was right 2009, 10, like when he took in. Yeah.
Yeah, because he said for 10 years, so must have been like, right around there, 2012, 2013.
Yep. Man.
And this one is. This one's just demonic.
They didn't kick in.
Didn't get Roger stoned.
I did not get Roger stoned. Okay, wow. And but they knocked on my door. I told them right at the door. I said, "Hey, I'm a protected whistleblower," but they come in anyways. And so I believe at this point I'm just cooperating with them because I got nothing to hide. Nothing to hide. So I'm talking to him. This guy's interviewing me. He's asking me all these questions. Did you sell any of this information to to foreign adversaries? And I'm like, no, of course not. I'm a whistleblower, man. I contact the IG. You can find out all this. And then after he's asked me all these questions and grilled me, then he pulls out a search warrant. And then I'm like, oh crap.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Not there for
we
fun.
want you to take us over to your safe. Do you have any guns? Yes, they're all in my safe. Okay. We need to see them. So they start taking, and then he tells me to hand him my guns. Now, I'm looking at this like later now. At the moment, I'm just obeying, but he could have shot me dead, He's asking me to hand him my guns. So I'm handing him my guns. They're writing all the serial numbers down on all my guns and everything. Then, they're going through my house. They're detaining me essentially in one room for 9 hours. 9 hours. They went through every room of my house. They took all of my electronics, and and at this point, I'm like, I think I need to call my lawyer.
So you're saying they wanted you to hand them your guns?
Yeah.
So you could have been holding it when they shot you and
Absolutely.
say, "Oh, he was aggressive."
Absolutely.
That is wild.
Yeah.
And in the moment,
Yeah.
It's probably nerve wracking.
Oh my
so you're
God,
not thinking straight.
No. And I mean, the only, and then they threatened to shoot my son's dog because his dog was, in his room, and my son's got Asperger's. He's got high functioning autism. He's freaking out. My wife wasn't there, thank God. Nobody else was there but my son and me. And they end up eventually taking all my stuff. And at that point, and I called my lawyer. My lawyer's like, don't say anything to him. And I'm like,
too late.
I kind of already did. And he's like, pissed. And he's like, what did I tell you? If the FBI shows, don't say nothing. And I'm just like, sorry, man.
The assumption is that they're there to do something, good work, that you're protected, and so it does make sense as to why people do that. But anytime the government is at your door, don't talk to them unless you get a lawyer.
So the next thing that happens is of course we immediately get in touch with our defense attorney that we had spoken to ahead of time, just in case this kind of thing happens, and that she ends up asking for the search warrant. So I sent it over to her, and she's like, where's the Schedule B? I'm like, what do you mean? Well, I've never seen a search warrant before, so I have no idea if what they gave me is legit or not.
You want to go ahead and lay out what a Schedule B is?
Schedule B is what tells you what they're allowed to take. And I'm like, they never gave me that. I only had the, basically the front page of the, thing. So I think they did give me the Schedule A, which says where they can search, but it doesn't. The Schedule B is what says what they can take. And I know why they did not give me the Schedule B, because they took things that were not on the list, like my wife's, some of my wife's journals. I mean, personal journals. I haven't even looked at her journals. But based on the things that they took, it was clear what they were trying to set up. They were trying to set up, that I'm like some anti-government, conspiracist, that I'm, selling secrets to, enemies or something like that, or whatever.
Did they take your copy of A Catcher in the Rye?
No, but they took my copy of a book about a government conspiracy that had been written by a guy, Bill Still. And it was, he had written about a conspiracy by Nixon to overtake, the government, to basically, to plan a coup. And his father had been involved in that case, and so he had written a book about it and had signed it, and I had it in my possession. But that was the only book they took, and so I knew at that point they had been surveilling me, because my point of contact in getting me in touch with Devin Nunes was Bill Still.
So how long did this go on though? You said like 10 years?
No. So they it was like 2 or 3 years. So
Still I didn't, long starting time. In 2016 and then
2017.
27.
Oh, that's right.
2017. 2017, October 31st was when I made my first disclosure to George Pappas. Then
it was during the Trump administration.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. There was no way I was going to do this under a Clinton administration. Hell no. Or even Obama. But I end up. It took almost a year to get to the point of being able to get those documents into the hands of both the intel committees. And then, like I said, 5 months later, they're raiding me. But I had seen the signals. I already knew I was being surveilled, because I had all of the...
And the raid was coming in 2018 then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it came, November 14th, I think.
Okay.
And, but yeah, it really screwed up Thanksgiving.
So does Trump not know about this at the time? And
no.
They're just not telling the right people.
No,
they're covering it up.
Trump had remember, Trump's under investigation.
Jeez, that's right.
So they have no,
Just keeping him busy.
He's staying out of the FBI because he's under investigation by all the people, by the way, that I'm ratting on.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, it's really a bad situation for me. But I end up this guy, the lead FBI agent who's involved, goes on his own personal witch hunt. Starts going and interviewing neighbors and friends and people, and not just interviewing them and asking them benign questions. He's asking them questions that are kind of like painting this impression of who I am.
Sure, leading questions.
Yeah, leading questions. He's by himself, so that breaks and violates FBI protocol. You're supposed to always have 2 agents when they're interviewing somebody.
Mm-hmm.
But he's there by himself. He's asking, leading questions. The guy's destroying my reputation in the small community of Union Bridge, where I'm at.
when he doesn't get any dirt on me, he then starts going after my kids. He goes, they've been spying on me now, at this point for who knows how long. I'm guessing probably 2 to 3 weeks before the raid, they probably had surveillance taps on me and everything. And I had
Do you have any sense of what kind of surveillance? Were they monitoring was it like wiretaps, monitoring your emails and stuff, or
yes.
What do you think?
I know for a fact that they had access to all of my social media, even private messaging. They had access to my phone. They had access to, they were listening to my conversations. The reason I know that, by the way, is my lawyer, the day before they raided, he calls me up and he's like, hey, he starts off every conversation I ever have with him on the phone. This is a attorney-client privilege conversation, blah, blah, blah. And he says it just in case anybody's listening, but they don't care.
No.
So, but he says that. And then he says, hey, we need to get that thumb drive out of your house and somewhere safe now that we're done, doing all of this. And he says, so let's talk tomorrow about where we can do that.
Do you think that was the impetus to go then?
They raided me the next day. So in the morning, I think it was 9 a.m. the next morning. And it started with 2 people show up. And I knew it was FBI the moment they pulled in because they had that, standard FBI haircut and walk. They get out of a white car, and they, sedan, and they walk up to my door. And so, when I let him in, the moment he pulls out the search warrant, all of a sudden, 14 more of them show up in my driveway.
So is it illegal at that point in your protected status and everything? Is it illegal to surveil you, or is it customary?
Here's the thing. So in order to do all of that, so we know that the FBI has been illegally using 702 to spy on people.
Yeah.
And that's illegal. The courts have said so, but nobody, there's no punishment for that. So
right.
What do they care? But the other thing that was really strange was the Daily Caller breaks the story because the New York Times gets a tip, and somebody at the Daily Caller had a spy inside New York Times, and they were going to write a hit piece on me the next day. So he contacts my lawyer like midnight, like, hey, I've got word that, your client's going to have a hit piece written on him the next day in New York Times. Would you please, consider giving me an exclusive, and we'll let you get your side of the story out. So he reluctantly agrees, and he gives them an interview. If you do a search for Dennis Nathan Kane whistleblower, and you'll find it. But yeah, so he ends up basically giving this interview, and then the story breaks, nationwide, international news even, and but yeah, somebody leaked my name to the press. And the Daily Caller then does a follow-up, and they do, that's the article right there. They do a follow-up where they actually do a FOIA request to the magistrate that signed off on the search warrant. And get this, a Clinton-appointed federal judge put a seal on an answer to a question that they had their lawyers look at and meticulously come up. The lawyers had come up with one question that they would ask that they found that there was no justification for holding back information on. And it was the judge notified that Dennis Nathan Kane was a protected whistleblower under the Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act? And a Clinton-appointed judge puts a seal on that answer, and then she seals her justification for putting a seal on that answer.
Thanks for watching this clip from the Culture War podcast.
See, I mean,
I
they're
don't know
all
how this
working it.
guy's still alive.
I mean, and then when he turned everything in, October 31st, 2017.
Huh. Jesus.
And
Wow.
did you catch the last name of that last whistleblower? Kane.
Yeah, it's
I was like,
Dennis Kane. Yep.
Odd.
Out
So
of all the names.
yeah. So I've got this last one, and this one is targeted by rogue FBI agent, said he was poisoned. Imagine that, right?
That is a shocker.
This agent basically makes my life a living hell.
And this one agent, correct?
One agent.
Right.
He of course was spying on me, listening to, he knows that my son is 18. One of my sons is 18, and we're having that typical parental adult issues that are going on.
Teenage angst.
Yes. And I had basically told my son it's my way or the highway. He chose the highway, and so he moves out, and so he goes after my son, tries to work that, tries to talk him into wearing a wire against me. And the only reason I know is because my son and I have mended things, and he told me, what happened. While he's basically being, he's under a polygraph because he was trying to get into NSA, he gets, bamboozled by these guys coming in there, and this guy interrogating him. He ends up, it was horrible what happened. They pulled my daughter out of her class in high school. She's a senior. They pull her out, and some investigator from the sheriff's department, local sheriff's department, is asking her questions like, has your dad ever, touched you in your, private places
really?
and all this stuff.
Gosh,
and we're like, what the heck is going on here? So basically, we finally tracked down what happened, and they had said, oh yeah, we've already closed the case. We talked to your daughter. Sorry. My wife's insistent on, no, I want to know who did this. Yeah. Where did this come from? And they tell her, well, we can't say who, but all we can say is that there was a law enforcement tip. So we know it came from this FBI agent.
Sure, yeah.
So they're trying to destroy my life. And at this point, I finally get sick of it. And the last thing that happened was my son, the one with autism, he gets, they come after him, and it doesn't end well. And so at that point, I'm just like, I'm done with this crap. And so I contacted the Senate Judiciary Chairman's office, which was Lindsey Graham at the time. And I said, I need to come down with my lawyer, tell you guys what's going on. I'm being, harassed as a whistleblower. I go down, my lawyer's there. We meet with his investigative counsel, tell him everything. And he says, okay. 2 weeks later, the guy's no longer an FBI agent. I don't know if they told him, hey, you need to retire. I don't really know if there was discipline or not, but he was not an FBI agent, and that I do have confirmed. And so after this, I decided...
You don't know anything more about this particular agent at all?
I know his name, and I won't say it, because I don't know what the legal ramifications are of that. But yeah, the guy was clearly, he was running his own op. And what's interesting...
Do you think he was running his own op, or somebody had him on an op?
I think somebody had him, probably.
Yeah, that would be weird to hold a personal vendetta.
Yeah, no, but he was doing things off.
I'm not so sure that it would be very weird considering the way that the Justice Department behaves nowadays.
He was doing things off book, without a doubt, and because one of the people that he interrogated called me and told me that, like, when he told this guy, to basically leave his property, and then as he's walking away, and he goes, why are you guys always trying to ruin, people's lives? And the guy turns around and goes, oh, you just watch too much Fox News. Just like, whoa.
So you think he was a raging liberal that had a vendetta for you, or do you think there could have been somebody else pulling the strings?
They were effing with me. And I talked to some, I still have friends, and I talked to some people, and I asked them, I said, hey, what's going on? And I even, I got confirmed to me from somebody out of the Baltimore field office that they lied on the search warrant in order to get, the search warrant. So they basically, it was full-blown lies and fabrication. So, but it's like this world, of the classified, it's a dangerous world, right? Because, how do you even go public with something like that and not end up like Snowden or Julian Assange or, Manning? Or it's just, it's a very difficult problem, because you have, essentially, they can cloak anything, right, by just classifying. And this is what Kash Patel has been talking about, is that they overclassify things, and they do that on purpose.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the end, probably the scariest moment, aside from the FBI showing up at my house, was I ended up getting poisoned twice. I had the lug nuts on my car loosened right before we went on a long trip. I had surveillance drones, landing in my backyard. I mean, it was crazy. The one time I go down to my car and reach under my door handle, and there's some sort of oily liquid under my door handle. I didn't think anything at the time. I just thought, oh, gross, I'm in an underground parking garage. I'm thinking, these sewer pipes or whatever are leaking on my car. So I just wipe my hand on my pants. I get in my car and I'm driving home from D.C. because at this point I had taken a job with a defense contract, and I'm working, for the
You still
Navy.
had your clearance then?
Yeah, my clearance never got suspended. I immediately reported, my law enforcement interaction. I hadn't done anything wrong. They never brought charges against me.
Yeah.
So I still have my clearance. So I ended up leaving from work, and all of a sudden I had this like pain in the back of my head, like right at the base of my skull. And I reach back there and it's like all swollen. And I'm thinking, oh man, I must have put my neck out or something like that. So I called my chiropractor. I'm like, hey, can you guys squeeze me in? They're usually pretty flexible. So like, yeah, sure. So I just drove straight there. And by now I've got a massive headache. I'm not feeling well. I got like brain fog. The chiropractor goes, I don't think this is your vertebrae. It's like you got some swollen glands back here. You need to go see a doctor. So I called my doctor's office because I hate going to the emergency room because it's like you're going to be there for 3 hours. Sure, yeah. Good luck if you get in. So I called them. And I'm like, hey, can you guys fit me in? And they said, we just had a cancellation. If you can get over here in 10 minutes, we can see you. So I get over there. And by this time, now I'm having slurred speech. I've got ataxia, so they're doing this thing, and one eyeball's moving, the other's not. I can't walk in a straight line, so they think I'm having a stroke. So they're like, you need to go immediately to the emergency room. So my wife at this point has met me, and so she drives me to the emergency room. And they do an MRI, they did a CAT scan, and they did a EKG, and they said, we don't see anything. So, go home. And I still have symptoms. So, go find they refer me out to a neurologist. So we find one of the top neurologists in Washington, D.C. I go meet with this guy. And
this is the next day?
I think it was like maybe 2 days or 3 days later.
Okay.
So I meet with this guy, and we have, he does MRIs, MRAs with and without contrast. He does EEG, everything, like every kind of test you can imagine. And at the end of it all, he goes, and this is 6 weeks later, I still got symptoms. And he's like, I got good news and bad news. He goes, the bad news is I don't know what's causing this. He goes, all of your charts don't explain any of this. He says, so the good news is you have pristine arteries. There's no plaque in your arteries. Your brain is pristine. Everything looks great. And I had been taking this vasodilator for a while, supplement. And I'm pretty sure, it's opening up my arteries and veins and stuff. So, and I'd taken it about 2 hours before this contact. And I don't realize until this moment that that's what happened. Because he says to me, he goes, I'm really, he says, if your job was different, I might know what this was. He said, I've only had one client that had charts just like yours, all of the symptoms. And he goes, but your job doesn't make sense for this. And I go, well, what did he do? He says, well, he worked for an industrial chemical plant and he touched some chemicals with his bare hands. And I'm like, right then, I'm like, oh crap, I know what this is.
And the symptoms lasted that long after touching the,
yeah.
Did you clean off the thing that you touched? No. So do you believe that you continued to touch this?
Well, it absorbed through my skin.
Sure, yeah, but what I'm saying is so you touched it one time, rubbed it off on your pants or whatever, probably got more that absorbed through your clothing. But as you continued to get in and out of your car,
possibly,
there was residue. Do you believe the residue, that's why it persisted?
It's very possible. Okay. But it also could have just persisted because it could have been a long-acting thing. I don't know. But that's a good question. I don't know. But prior to that, I had had another incident about 2 months before where I ended up, same type of situation, end up in the emergency room with heart attack-like symptoms. And in that case, I had walked into my office and there was like a dust, like a very light film of dust on my desk. And normally I left my door unlocked, but that day I come in and my door's locked. And so I had to get the spare key to get in. And I brush off my desk and immediately start going into AFib. Now, I think now, and at the time, I'm just thinking, man, I'm under incredible stress. This must just be stress.
Sure.
But now that I think back, I'm thinking that was probably, and I've talked to, of course, a number of, experts in this sort of thing. In fact, I contacted the Carlson Institute, which they do all the poison testing for the FBI, and sent the guy my charts and everything. And he's like, look, you were probably poisoned with some sort of neurotoxin.
Get anthrax or something?
And then no, more like some sort of, there's
a bioweapon.
Yeah, they have 14 different chemicals that they know of that can cause those symptoms just by touching them. But he also mentioned that the other incident that I had, could have been fentanyl. Could have been some sort of, stimulant or something like that. But yeah, I just, so that happens. And then about maybe 3 months later, I'm back to normal. I'm feeling good again. And we have this trip that we're going down to go down to Kentucky. And of course, we're talking on the phone, with people about it. And so somebody knew. And we get in my car and we're driving down there. And my son, he's like, Dad, I hear a weird noise coming from the car. So we pull off at a gas station, and I walk around, and every lug nut is all the way at the end of the post except for one. One lug nut is holding that wheel on. And, we drove
front or rear?
Front right passenger side. So if you think about it, I'm doing 80 miles an hour on the highway.
You lose control if it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been devastating. So after that, I'm like, all right, man, we're done. We're moving. We got to get the hell out of here. Because I had somebody show up at my house, and YouTuber or whatever shows up there, and he's got filming me as I'm driving up my driveway, gets my license plate. He's telling everybody where I live, and he's talking about, and making up bullshit that he looked at my resume or something on LinkedIn and is making all these assumptions that just aren't true.
Thanks for watching this clip from the Culture War podcast. We're live every Friday, 10 a.m. to noon. So subscribe and come hang out.
Wow, nice government, huh?
I mean, how deviant do you have to be to go around poisoning people and all this? For just pointing it out, and FBI and rogue FBI, yeah, probably Mossad.
When he's already known, it's not like he's not known. And then they, put him in with fentanyl so they could say anything. And then the industrial thing, it's Jesus. I mean,
just man,
oh.
It's so
just
awful. Ugh. I mean,
well, it shows you these guys have nowhere to turn. The people that you're ratting on are the people that you're going to go to for protection, or their friends, or all this, and they're going to get orders from the people that you're not ratting on. You're actually exposing. It's the wrong term I used. What are you going to do? I mean, and there was a lady who actually called out, right around 2000. I think she called out the FBI, and she went through all this hell. She somehow made it through, but that was like the last whistleblower that ever came forward that wasn't, subjected to just basically death. Man, I'll have to find her name, but yeah, the uranium one thing was basically 2010. It was all a lead up, the speeches with Clinton and all this, and the Clinton Foundation's getting donations in like 2007. Here, I'll give you a little timeline here. Described. So history, Uranium One formed as a Canadian public company. 2001 acquires Eurasia Energy, 70% stake in uranium mine in Kazakhstan. Rostom acquires 20% of Uranium One in 2009. And then here's the key. Uranium One in 2010 acquires Willow Creek Uranium Mine and related properties in Wyoming. That's where Uranium One really got. That's where they had to sign off and all that stuff was right. Okay.
And it's interesting, Jack, all that stuff's happening in Wyoming right now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly, Strack. Yep. And so that's really the key there. 2010. And we'll go to, yeah. we can go over. You can see right here, Eurasia trip 2005 by Gustav and former U.S. President Bill Clinton, where they met Nazarbayev, leader of Kazakhstan. The is reporting he and Clinton traveled together. Substantial contributions were made to the Clinton Foundation by Gustav followed. So 2005. And then with Clinton, Gustav, and Mexican telecommunications billionaires Carlos Slim in 2007, establishing the Clinton Foundation, Clinton Gustav Sustainable Growth Initiative, combat poverty in the developing world. In addition to his initial $100 million pledge, Gustav pledged to contribute half of his future earnings from mining to the initiative. What is this guy doing in this? What possible role could Carlos Slim have in this whole deal?
Oh, big one. He runs cartels, and then he owns the New York Times.
Right. Well, what I meant is just
What position does he have in that?
Right. When you're looking at just from, dude, the guy owns the telecommunications and like, what are you doing there? Oh, he runs all the cartels, so they're going to be the ones who are going to get all the, bring all the weapons through on the, southern border. But yeah, so you can see that's where it was, and yeah.
So could the other CS be Chuck Schumer and Carlos Slim?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because Carlos Slim he's the hidden guy right now, basically. As far as the world's concerned, our viewers, you guys obviously know who he is, but most people have no clue. They don't even know the guy's name. And it was very strange that the family that owns the New York Times, why would they ever sell? They didn't sell all of it, but they sold, like 20% or something. Why? Why would you sell it to Carlos Slim? Why would John Henry in 2013 buy the Boston Globe for $230 million? Why would Jeff Bezos buy the Washington Post same year?
It'd be very interesting to me to find out if Carlos Slim, if he funded that, again, Jew that's the president of Mexico right now. And that's one of the reasons why she's in there right now as well, too.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
And so I have a lighthearted video.
Nice. Hey, I got to jump.
All right.
But I will see you guys on Sunday.
Definitely.
Sorry, it's just been, chaos.
Oh, it's all right.
We got everybody's here, and so it's good. But
you guys
get all the noise and stuff.
Yeah, you guys getting ready to hit with somewhat bad weather too, aren't you?
I think it's just going to be cold. It's just going to be cold, but not too bad. I mean,
yeah.
Did you see the forecast for like a week from today? Like where you are, Jay, it's going to be like -30 Fahrenheit. I mean, I've never seen here. Let's see if I can pull this up. One sec.
Shit, yeah, that's Jorts weather right there.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. It's
ain't nobody wearing Jorts.
Yeah. All right, so this is a couple days ago, but this is a forecast for next week, next Friday, actually, the 10th. So for everybody, that's what it's looking like. And all this fog that's been going on, what do you think? This might be just what they did in Texas, where they, they sprayed, and then freezing temps, freezing all this. So you can look, Chicago, -37 degrees Fahrenheit. That's nuts.
Yes, but what does this do?
Shuts everything
down. It keeps everybody inside.
Yep. And Jimmy Catta's funeral is the day before. So, and for some reason, the stock markets are all closed. Like they said, oh, they do this for, every president's funeral. I'm like, I never heard of it.
They didn't do for Bush or anybody.
No, that's what they're saying. Oh, well, they do this for. I'm like, they don't shut the stock market down because of a funeral.
Yeah.
So not only is the New York Stock Exchange closed, so is the NASDAQ, and out by you, the CME. That's a huge commodities broker. So they're all shut down on the 9th. The 10th looks like they'll probably be shut down again. Maybe. Schools closed. But look at it, right? So this is the 10th. What's in 10 days? The inauguration. If you're going to put in a new financial system or something like that, you might not go live on it, but you're going to have to put it in sometime to be ready to change over. So these temps are, nobody's going outside. I mean, kids are not going to school. No
That's
chance.
cold. That is cold.
And it's just started. It's going to start in the next few days, I think, like this cold snap. But
yeah,
you also look at that fog that's been everywhere, right? And the fog's been everywhere. What is it? And it has a particulate. Like I was walking the dogs like 1 a.m. the other night. I'm like, what is this? Because it was kind of rainy, but then it looked like it was snowing. It was 50 degrees out. I'm like, what is this? Like, this is not fog.
Ugh.
And it was all over the U.S. I mean, had people saying, you know, South Texas, Wisconsin, Florida. It was like 4 or 5 straight days. And England had the same thing, and so did like Germany and Austria. Something's up. But
I had friends trying to get out at O'Hare, and everything was just shut down. No flights were getting out.
Man.
And
that's, remember, like the cloud seeding takes a little while. It takes a few days to 14 days for it to really set in. You know, that guy Mike can't remember his name. He passed away, but he was a guy who's a meteorologist. And he exposed all the spraying and stuff and how it works and how to do it and where they're doing it at the time. And he was the one who called, like, that Texas freeze where those people died and all those wind turbines. He called it like 10 days before that was going to happen. Because he knew he showed like where the spraying operations are and, all these things. And he'd say, Texas is going to freeze, and it'll be for like 5 days. So Mike Morales was his name. He actually passed away. Who knows?
Wonder why.
Yeah. So when you look at it, some people are saying they're getting sick from this fog. So who knows what it is, but this would be a good way to get the entire country frozen. Same type of operation. So it's just something to look at.
Oh yeah.
All right, boys. Well, I will see you. I will see you Sunday. And everybody in chat, love you. Happy New Year. And things are crazy, but
they're gonna get better.
Yep, they are. I'll see you guys soon.
You bet, bub.
Later, boys.
Later. So I've got this one. This one I've got to show because we need something like a little lighthearted. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter, but this one's
Hello, I'm CJ Wirleman, and in this episode, we reveal why a growing list of countries is banning Israeli tourists. But first, please remember to like and subscribe to our show. Now let's get into it. It's not too often that our program allows us an opportunity to report truly positive news. So when it comes, we celebrate. And today we are celebrating countries that are finally taking action against the Zionist state in the wake of a recent ruling by the International Criminal Court which found Israel guilty of committing genocide in Gaza. Indeed, the arc of the moral universe is bending once again towards justice and the Palestinian people, leaving Israel isolated and increasingly cut off from its Western allies. I mean, take Australia for instance, a country that has often competed with the United States and the United Kingdom to see who can kiss Israel's ass the hardest. It has not only taken a 180-degree turn against the Jewish state, but also a complete about-face towards Palestine, since the ICC issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu and his officials. Australia is illustrative of why the ICC ruling is so devastating to Israel. It leaves no space for its Western allies to deny and downplay the Zionist regime's continual violations of international law and human rights. It's now a target in open water, which explains why Australia felt politically safe in finally recognising Palestinian statehood at the United Nations on December 4th.
Draft Resolution L40 is adopted. Australia breaks ranks with the United States and Israel, voting to recognise permanent sovereignty of the Palestinian people over their natural resources in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, and of the Arab population in the occupied Syrian Golan.
We think this is a resolution.
Just 2 days earlier, Australia denied a tourist visa to a former Israeli justice minister on the grounds that her visit would incite hatred and disrupt social cohesion. A decision that provoked outrage in her home country, with Netanyahu declaring that Australia is no longer a friend of Israel. And with one disgruntled former justice minister accusing my country of anti-Semitism for refusing her visa.
Israel has expressed outrage at Australia's decision to deny a visa to its former Justice Minister, Ayelet Shaked. Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke confirmed the application had been rejected but failed to explain why. Ms Shaked was reportedly barred under belief she may vilify or incite discord in Australia.
10 days later, the Australian government went one step further when it moved to deny tourist visas to members of the Israeli armed forces who participated in the genocide of Gaza, which is a remarkable development for a country that has long been a staunch ally of the Zionist army. Today, all Israeli tourists are required to complete a 13-page form, which asks questions about their involvement in physical or psychological abuse, their roles as guards or officials in detention facilities, and whether they have participated in war crimes or genocide. Australia's top human rights lawyer explained the rationale behind his government's decision.
But I don't. So, I don't know whether it's one of the most moral armies in the world or not. But what I do have expertise in and what I do have authority to do is make assessments of criminal conduct. And we've done that in relation to the recent events, and you can see that in the report. And the only conclusion you can draw is that the Israeli army is one of the most criminal armies in the world.
As an Australian citizen, I have never been prouder of my country than I am today, in slapping a shadow ban on Israeli visitors and recognising Palestinian sovereignty. It's just something I honestly never expected to see in my lifetime. But even better than that, Australia's changing policy reflects the attitudes of a vast majority of the country's population, of which has become increasingly supportive of the BDS movement. And while there are too many examples to cite, this story is illustrative of what I'm talking about. A Jewish radio presenter who was fired from her radio station for refusing to support Palestinian statehood. The space for Zionists to spread their hatred is forever shrinking because Australia has changed a great deal and for the better during the past year, which is also reflective of the change taking place throughout the world. You see, Israel has never been more hated and more despised than it is today, because it actually believed that mass slaughtering innocent men, women and children over the course of 15 consecutive months wouldn't make people rethink their attitudes towards Zionism and the Zionist state. This growing global antipathy towards Israel has not only forced the Israeli government to warn its soldiers from traveling abroad, but also forced Israeli soldiers on foreign vacations to flee in panic, out of concerns they will be arrested for war crimes. In fact, one soldier who was visiting Sri Lanka was warned to leave the country in December, after he was identified and reported to local authorities by a pro-Palestinian group.
דרמה מורטי עצבים ומשמעותיים בישראל אתמול לאחר שמתברר שחייל צה"ל בשירות פעיל שנמצא על אדמת סרי לנקה מאותר על ידי ארגון פרו-פלסטיני שמצליח להצליב בין תמונה שהוא מעלה לרשתות החברתיות לבין תמונה שהוא העלה בעבר מהשירות המבצעי שלו בעזה. אנחנו מדברים כאמור על חייל בשירות סדיר, ואותו ארגון בשם הינד רג'ב פאונדיישן מזהה שהוא על אדמת סרי לנקה, מיד הוא מעלה לרשתות החברתיות, אותו ארגון, תמונה של אותו בחור לכאורה מתגאה בכך שהוא הרג אזרח פלסטיני, ואותו ארגון פונה לרשויות בסרי לנקה ודורש, תעצרו את הבחור הזה, את החייל הזה, תלונה מוגשת גם ל-ICC, אפילו האינטרפול מקבל התראה.
Only Israel could be arrogant enough to believe its arrogance and violence would never go unpunished. Its genocidal actions have painted a target on the back of every one of its citizens, given mandatory military service makes every Israeli citizen a current or former soldier. For this reason, the island archipelago nation, the Maldives, has joined Algeria, Bangladesh, Brunei, Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Lebanon, Libya, Malaysia, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Syria, and Yemen in banning Israeli tourists.
We also believe that violation of a right by any country, large or small, rich or poor, with powerful friends or not, must not be tolerated. This is why the ongoing massacre, the genocide by Israel in Gaza is a travesty of justice and the international system. The repeated destruction of homes, hospitals, schools, humanitarian infrastructure, the repeated cycles of killing of men, women, children, babies, thousands upon thousands. The world is struggling to process the deaths of so many civilians in Gaza, and now Israel raids Lebanon.
Beyond the state level, individuals are boycotting and banning Israelis at the local level, like one restaurant owner in Vietnam did recently, when he refused service to Israeli customers because of the genocide in Gaza.
Myself, I'm not accept for your country people here. No. I don't welcome. Oh, you're kicking out my wife and kids? Free ballot town. We just welcome the human, animal, even dog and cat only. Anything else? Anything else you want to say? Welcome human and dog and cat only. Anything else you want to say? No. Am I considered a human for being Jewish? Am I considered a human? Go. Go. You go.
What?
What do you say?
He told me that Israel's sending bombs. Careful your kids, because Israel's going to send a bomb.
Oh, should we run away now? You should keep walking. Because bombs are coming. Yeah. Be carefully, the baby here not safe. The bomb automatic no fly the baby.
2 weeks ago, the Norwegian national football team announced its decision to boycott its scheduled World Cup qualifier game against Israel, citing the country's war crimes and human rights abuses. But speaking of football, it's critical that more countries move to ban Israeli tourists, given the violence, racism and mayhem they bring to their host countries, as illustrated by the appalling behaviour of visiting Israeli football fans in Amsterdam 2 months ago. These are not isolated examples, but rather representative of a broader pattern in which Zionists are inciting violence and committing actual acts of violence while on vacation in foreign countries. Like the guy you're watching here, who assaulted Japanese pro-Palestine supporters in Tokyo last week. The anti-racist group Stop Arab Hate tracks hate crimes committed by Zionists against Arabs in the West. Its Twitter page is replete with dozens of daily instances in which Zionists have attacked Palestinians online and offline. So while on one hand, it's encouraging that so many countries are moving to ban Israeli tourists from their shores, the other hand suggests more action is needed from many more countries. And to that end, Australia offers a template to its Western democratic allies in banning Israeli leaders and questioning those who have recently served in the Israeli military. But stronger actions are required, given genocide allegations against Israel are no longer in dispute. There's just simply no place in a democratic society for those who commit crimes against humanity or support crimes against humanity or the ideology that underpins them. In other words, Zionism does not belong in the modern Western world. But that's my time for today. I look forward to reading your comments, and I wish you and your loved ones a blessed 2025. But please don't forget to subscribe.
Now that's a feel-good story right there.
We're good.
That's this whole, you know, I mean, it's
a long time coming.
It is. It's to the point where it's, I don't even know. I mean, there's such, I mean, such shitbag animals that they sit here and they just constantly just, just go after us, over and over and over again. And then something said about them. Well, then,
they claim victimhood.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to start this one off with, remember we watched the Matt Kim podcast, right? Awesome podcast, right? Well, while we were on the podcast, they came out with another one. Yeah, I did put this in the chat.
What inflamed the world over the last 4 days that we would be all over the X, all over the tubes, all over the interwebs? What's going on here?
Last week, we spoke about usury and this concept, this Jewish concept of heder iska. And your inbound has been very different than my inbound.
Yes.
Because for my inbound, there's just a bunch of racist stuff. Oh, what do you know, ching chong ching, and whatever. Like, whatever. All stuff I can like let go.
I got a lot of hate. Like you're an anti-Semite, you're a racist gook, you know, you're a terrible person. Go die.
Terrible.
Eat it. But I did get some serious, some somewhat serious not even tongue-in-cheek emails and DMs from a couple investors who literally said, "Are you sure you want to be talking about this?"
Let's go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are. Welcome to the Matt Kim Podcast. I'm your host, Matt Kim, joined by my co-host, Mr. Peter Saddington.
What's up, guys? Smash the like button. Glad you're here.
Good afternoon, good evening, good wherever you guys are from. We have a lot of new people on the pod this week.
A lot of new people have been joining us.
Our last episode went like gangbusters.
Yes, it did.
It is by far the biggest episode we've ever done. And the most interesting thing about it is that it is a topic that you and I would think that maybe YouTube wouldn't like. But for some reason, YouTube was putting that thumbnail in people's front pages.
Yes, it seems like YouTube was recommending our video to people that generally don't watch our video. And so the question you have to ask yourself, Matt, is why are these people getting recommended our video?
I have no idea how the topic of Jews and usury ended up going, for us, what we consider viral. Because we're not a big show.
No, we're not. We're a humble, small show.
And if we do 5,000 or 10,000 views on something like YouTube, we'd be like, wow, that was a good episode.
That's a pretty good day. Yeah, actually.
Last episode did like 200,000.
And going up.
And going. It's doing like 2,000 views an hour still today.
So why do you think YouTube's algorithm is so sophisticated that it would suggest this type of content to so many different people, Matt? That seems odd to me.
Well, let me put a couple quick disclaimers on here. Because usually when we start these episodes, we do a disclaimer. Last time we didn't, and maybe that helped and hurt or whatever. When we talk about the Jews, we're not talking about every single fucking Jew in the world.
No, sir.
We are talking about the certain elite class of Jews within the Jews. And if you're a Jew and you're like, oh, I don't get these special privileges, sorry, you're not in the main club. There are clubs within the clubs, and if you're not getting the privileges that we talk about, it just means you're not in the club.
You didn't pay tribute.
There are levels to this thing.
There are levels to every class.
Exactly. There are class wars within ethnic groups.
Absolutely.
So I think that's really important. So when we say the blacks, we don't mean every single black person. When we say, oh, we don't want to get invaded by China, we're not saying every single Chinese person, all billion of them are moving. And when we do our next episode, which we're going to talk about the Indians, we're not saying every single Punjabi in the world. We're saying just the dirty ones. So we just need to put
that was so why are you so full of violence today, bro? What was that?
We just need to put those disclaimers in there.
Just the dirty ones.
Because any topic, I believe, that especially if it is considered controversial or maybe sensitive, it doesn't mean that you should avoid that topic. And I think what we do well is we take very controversial and sensitive topics and have really nuanced, intelligent, somewhat funny discussions about said topics. And we try not to be offensive, not because we are cucks or we're scared to, but as a respect of other human beings.
Well, yeah. I mean, we're willing to have the conversation, I think, which is, frankly, more than most people.
And I don't think it's about even willing to. I think it's necessary in society that you're supposed to have these conversations. These are conversations that people have at home in private, and the internet or other groups that may say, well, you can't talk about this. No, fuck you. We're going to talk about this if we choose to, because that's just how life is. We believe in free speech. I believe in free speech. And the only way to get the best ideas in the world and the only way to improve society is to have these discussions about things that people are thinking about and talking about on a regular basis.
Yes, agreed.
So if you guys are like, oh, you guys are a bunch of anti-Semites, no, like we're not.
So for those of you who are just coming into this and they're like, what are they talking about? Matt, give us a TLDR, took too long, did not read, the 1 minute summary. What inflamed the world over the last 4 days that we would be all over the X, all over the tubes, all over the interwebs? What's going on here?
So last week, we spoke about usury and this concept, this Jewish concept of heder iska.
Heder iska, yes.
Which is a concept of where Jews don't loan each other money and therefore they have special programs to get around the laws, which I think actually is hilarious because people in the comments were like, oh no, like we have other programs we actually do charge interest. Like, oh wow, you guys believe in so little in what you have such a little faith in what you believe that you just go around and do it anyway, just call it different names. I'm like, that's actually worse, by the way.
Yeah, and so the point is that
sorry, there you go.
that's it. I mean, so what you're essentially saying is that we discussed that within this people group there are provisions made so that they can take advantage of a relatively lax legal system of finance and accounting and finance and lending. So they have let's say provisions and they have better benefits for certain people who have paid the tribute or are part of the club. Let's put it that way.
And that topic of heder iska was just one portion of a longer conversation about the habit of usury in general.
Yes.
We also talked about the banking structure. We talked about the U.S. use of usury, the history of usury. Why you and I maybe disagree on whether it's good or bad. So this topic was not just the Jews are loaning money for free, and that was not the whole topic, although there was a little bit of it. Just want to clarify.
Wait, I think it's important to note that a lot of people in the comments, which I don't know if we're going to be going through any of those, because there were thousands upon thousands upon thousands of comments on this particular topic. And one thing that I really appreciated from our listeners and from the community is that they informed us that there are also similar provisions in Islamic law.
Correct.
And Sharia law. And so after doing a little bit of research on Grok, and then I did a little bit of research on ChatGPT just so I could cross-reference and see what's up, it seems like not only in the Talmud and not only in heder iska, but also in Islamic Sharia law, that there are also very similar loan programs and investment programs so that the borrower pays zero interest. And in some permutations of this is that not only does the borrower pay zero interest, but the borrower also gets to benefit from the wins and the income generated by the lendee. They get to profit share. So when people got upset, and I'm just going to make this absolutely clear for everybody out there, when people got upset that I said that I was upset more around the fact that why isn't every single culture doing this? Why don't we have a Korean system of 0% fees and 0% interest loans? Why isn't there a Indian version of this? Why isn't there a German or an American or a Canadian or a Mexican? Why is it that these two, Sharia law and the Jewish law, why are they allowed these particular provisions and the rest of us Gentiles have not wisened up and taken advantage of this? Clearly it's working.
And on my side, I think I don't ever bank at a Muslim bank, so that doesn't actually affect me. Every bank I go to is owned by Jews.
But maybe... But maybe you should, though. Maybe you should consider looking into making sure you're halal or making sure that you're Sharia compliant so that you can take advantage of these types of things. I'm making light of it a little bit, but at the same time, like, people got really upset. They're like, why would you talk about something that's real? Like, let's remove ourselves from the nuance here. The meta is we were talking about something that is true and real. What's the problem with that, Matt?
Well,
why can't we talk about unique advantages that some people groups have over others? What's wrong with that?
And I did not want to get back into the discussion today because I felt like we've already had this discussion.
It's still going on though on the internets.
But the clips from our last episode are going viral on X. I've seen on Instagram.
Yes.
I've had people DM me or leave comments saying that I'm anti-Semitic, whatever. But
yes, me too. Very much so.
At the same time, I don't live in the financial world. I sell some light bulbs and I talk to the internet. So the hate of people coming after me, it doesn't really affect my life as much. It's just eat a dick, move on, and I'm okay. However, you do live as a venture capitalist in the financial world.
Yes.
And your inbound has been very different than my inbound.
Yes.
Because for my inbound, there's just a bunch of racist stuff. Oh, what do you know? Ching chong ching and whatever. Like whatever.
Yep.
All stuff I can like let go.
I got all that too, yep.
But you have potential investors going,
Well, thanks for making that known, Matthew. So I guess I need to talk about it. Yeah, you know, I'm not a victim here. You and I live in what we assume to be a free country of the United States of America where the First Amendment still applies, meaning you and I have the freedom to talk about whatever we want. Now, that notwithstanding the fact that we should also be aware of the potential ramifications of what we talk about, and we should need to accept those as part of the risk exposure when we're willing to talk about certain toxic and or prickly topics. And so I'll be quite, and you and I were talking about this before the show, is I got a lot of inbound. I got a lot of hate. Like you're an anti-Semite, you're a racist gook, you're a terrible, terrible person. Go die.
Terrible.
Eat a dick. It's
terrible. That was me, by the way. I sent you that one. I was just messing with you.
Oh, that was the big black one?
That was messing with you.
That was totally mad. So, but I did get some serious, somewhat serious, not even tongue-in-cheek emails and DMs from a couple investors who literally said, "Are you sure you want to be talking about this?" And, in just full transparency and full honesty as a venture capitalist, capital deployer, and investor who manages other people's money, it gave me pause. Honestly, it gave me pause. I considered oh my goodness, this has gone so viral that individuals that I never expected that live in completely different matrices and live in completely different worlds, they are now being served up this content that you and I are talking about, and they are noticing. And so I've gotten a couple emails, a couple DMs, nothing crazy, nothing hairy, but they were like, Peter, considering your position in the world, essentially asserting this idea, considering your position in the world as a financier, as someone who deals with money, it's probably not wise to
notice
these types of provisions.
They are noticing the noticing of the noticers.
You got it. And so, and you and I laugh about this, but at the same time, there are people who are truly affected by this. And if I can say, and I'm just going to say this right now, this has truly affected my wallet. People say.
That's messed up, by the way.
It has truly affected my wallet. I have lost 38 subscribers on my X subscription system.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like $80 or whatever. It's like $5
But it's $80, 38 at 5. What is that?
100 and something. What is that? What's the math?
You're better. Oh, see, fuck, dude. I hate when we get a simple math problem, and as the Asians, we mess it up. It's really embarrassing. It's you should know this off the top of your head, and to save us, Will should be doing the calculation in the back and be like, no, it's actually
190. It's $190. So
a month times 12.
So yeah. So I mean, I have lost, and again, I'm not playing the victim here.
Will, can you do the calculations in the background, please? You're making us look really bad.
Will's just I just got here, bro. You're asking too much of me. No, and so
I just ate a gummy. Don't ask me to do anything. I just hit the buttons.
Okay, so true story though. True story. I mean, I even showed my wife today.
It's $2,180 in a year.
So I've lost.
But noticing has cost you $2,180.
That would be a truth. I showed my wife
a year.
A year. I showed my wife my numbers today.
If I was charging you interest, it would be more.
You're correct. So I'm losing over $2,000 a year because you and I were willing to talk about something that is actually true, that has provisions and nuances to it so that no, you can't go to any bank in the world. You have to do a little bit of research. I mean, if you're going to get a loan, you're going to do some research, right? And if you are accepted and you have the right stock, you have the right lineage, you have the right, check boxes, then you can take advantage of these things too. And so we were talking about this, and I showed my wife, my ex-subscribers, just like, dang, you lost a lot. I was like, yeah, 38 people have unsubbed their $5 a month to me over the last 3 days because I was willing to talk about something that is true and might be a little bit too much of the noticing. Let's put it that way.
If you guys want to support Peter, go to his ex at agile_Peter.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
And be like,
don't do that.
Do you have a tip button on there or something? We got to support him because we cannot let the Matrix win. That's all it is for me. You know? Yeah, I mean, you can't let them win. You can't let them push you. You can't let them push you around. You can't make them stop you from noticing because that's what they do. Because it's a coordinated attack, by the way. Okay, if this content got recommended to someone in their algorithm, it means that in their algorithm, at some point, they watch this type of content.
And they engaged at a level where it actually set off some data points.
So it's not getting, the thumbnail doesn't get shown to people that have no interest. It's not some random banker going, oh my God, they're talking about this. It doesn't happen like that.
No, they were already kind of in that world.
Correct. Meaning someone watched it, sent it, it goes into their little group chats and it starts spreading around like, oh, this guy said something negative about us. Let's all go after him at the same time. It's coordinated. It's bullshit. And I am totally not for that. So you want to support Peter.
So here's our resolution. Forget the supporting Peter, because I knew you were going there, so I'm cutting you off. The resolution is this. We will continue to talk about the hairy, the prickly, and the fringe ideas.
You can't call them hairy. That's why you got in trouble. Just say it.
Bro, we're going to continue to talk about the tough topics as two guys who are seeking truth and are willing to talk about it, even though it feels bad that I've lost $2,000 a year, man.
$2,180.
What am I going to do? What am I going to do? No more McDonald's French fries for me, guys.
Some of my favorite comments.
Oh, bro. Bro, the comments.
The comments were wild. And I just want to go over a couple of them. And because...
Want to do a reaction on it?
Yeah, some of the comments were just so amazing. And I had a couple of really favorite ones. My favorite ones. When the agent starts talking about the tiny hat, you know shit is serious and no longer a joke.
Dude.
It's got 2,000 likes.
You know, if you track back through history, the Asian persuasion, the Asian people groups are very hardy. Very hardy. Like, the Asian people groups, they will outlast you. They will outlast you.
I think it's, I think Asian people in general are a little more calculated and a little more meticulous. So you have I'm going to call them the groyper crowd that just go hard in the paint.
What does that even mean?
I don't know what it means, but that's what they're called. The groyper crowd.
Groyper. What is groyper?
I'm not sure.
Will, can you do your job? I'm sorry. I'm pulling from Matt's violence today.
Yeah, Jeet.
Look at him. He's eating nerd gummies. Dude, I want a nerd gummy.
And I think there's a matter of just being more ridiculous. You look at the landscape, you see what's going on, you see if it's okay to kind of come out there. And it may seem, for some, it may seem timid. For a lot, it's really like how you survive. I've spoken to other fellow gropers, like our friend Arthur Quanley, who shared our clip, and thanks, Arthur.
And gropers are a group of alt-right and white nationalist activists, provocateurs, and internet trolls.
Okay, so then clearly Arthur can't be a groyper.
Well, he's like an honorary groyper, although he gets a lot of messaging. Oh, you're not even white. I don't know. That's totally another discussion for another day. But
I thought we were white adjacent.
It's really hard to keep up these days. But, he goes hard in the paint.
He does go hard in the paint,
He goes hard in the paint.
Bro.
And I'm like, bro, you can't just run at the front line full steam ahead every single time you're at battle. Sometimes you have to plan. You have to play a little strategy. You have to send in a scout. And then you send in a horse. and then maybe you diverge your army a little bit, and then you attack.
Yeah.
No, that dude is full William Wallace.
This guy is 300 all day long, every day, which I love about him.
He is Leroy Jenkins.
But there is
he is Leroy Jenkins, man.
There is zero lube in his delivery. No,
Bro.
it's just straight in.
No lube?
No lube.
Bro,
just straight in.
Bro, raw dogging it.
So I think that's really what it is. You know, I think we are trying to be more, we want to figure out how to have difficult conversations while surviving on the platform. Because if you go hard all the time, then all they're going to do is they're going to remove you.
Oh, yeah.
And then what's the point?
Yeah.
You have to, as much as you don't want to dance for the man, in order to stay on certain platforms, and YouTube especially, being the largest and the biggest in the world by not even a small margin, I mean just enormous margin, we have to figure out how to survive here. And that means sometimes we are a little bit coy with how we handle topics.
Everything you just said was exceptionally well said. I think we are trying to learn how, and figure out how to do our best on these multiple platforms with different unknown methodologies and unknown filters and mechanisms to censor, shadow ban, and remove you. And so I think we're actually doing quite fine considering all the things that have happened in just the last 72 hours with us blowing up about all these Semitic things.
Because the top comment is finding a channel hours before it gets removed.
Yes.
I did not think this video would survive. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think it would survive.
I didn't think the video was gonna survive either. And
here we are.
And here we are.
Doing a follow-up to the video that's still there. As of this moment, it's still there. Let's not get too crazy.
Yes. Merry Christmas for everybody out there. Merry Christmas.
Just wanted to let people know. Hey, and there's one more comment that I really found interesting. It was on X, and it's actually a friend of the show who happens to be Jewish.
Oh.
And I put it up on the screen. Well, can you read that for us real quick?
Says, bingo. And I'm only upset because clips like this will get millions of views, and then you'll see narratives that, in quotes, Jews are superior. They get 0% interest loans, end quote, which piles on the BS narratives that all Jews ultimately impacting the group.
And the comment with this is that the guy who made the comment is a political commentator and lib troll. So he takes clips of like blue-haired, ridiculous trans people and makes fun of them. And I'm like, wait a second. You pick one clip of a blue-haired tranny and you make a entire video, and your entire platform is built on picking one person to say that's how all liberals are. But then someone does that to you and you're like, oh, it's so dangerous. You guys are being dangerous and you're spreading misinformation. You know what I mean? It's like the irony is crazy.
You know the meme, right? They strike you. You know that meme? They strike you as they shrink away in fear, right? That's the whole idea, is they strike you. They're like, oh, don't hurt me, as they hit you, right? It's like, bro.
He literally said, don't cherry pick topics because it puts a blanket statement over the entire population. And yet, literally, his platform is to cherry pick moments and make blanket statements about an entire population.
Sounds like the pot calling the kettle black.
Somehow, we are still here. We are still alive. Thank you to all the new people that have joined our movement and our mission. And the movement and the mission is just to have conversations about things that we think are important, that we think people are actually thinking about at home. And sometimes it's topics that could be really controversial, apparently like this one. Sometimes it's something less controversial, like giants, apparently.
We could talk about that all day.
Or the end of the world, or eschatology, or the fact that Elon Musk may be the Antichrist. These are the topics that we can or cannot hit. Maybe we'll get into things like IQ and genetic differences, because that's like a real thing.
You might be moving into a different type of noticing there, man.
And apparently, And I try to talk to ChatGPT about it, and they wouldn't give me answers.
Really?
Which is crazy.
I've had pretty significant conversations with ChatGPT about IQ.
It just kept on saying that that there are too many variables involved, and that you have to look at socioeconomic factors and environment.
That's the bullshit.
Well, and they keep on saying that, and they'll ask, well, how much of IQ is determined by socioeconomic factors? And like 50%. I'm like, okay, then can we talk about the other 50%, please?
Dude, those robots.
And I get stuck into this loop. Like, oh, it's coded in that you're not allowed to talk about this.
So I think we should save the IQ for an entire episode, because I have a lot of data and information and some books that I could bring in about it that are pretty prickly, if you'd like.
Today was just a quick special episode because we wanted to address the small-headed elephant in the room.
The heter iska.
And the next episode, which we're going to film right now, but we'll put in a separate video, is about the Indians.
Uh-oh.
See you next one.
I ain't gonna lie, I watched the Indian one.
Yeah. Those guys are so awesome.
These guys are
awesome.
I mean, beyond. And for them to go on and say that, hey, that's pretty badass. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put one video in the chat. This one we're not gonna see. I'm just gonna put it in the chat. So if people want to watch it, it's like 21 minutes. It's the whole header iska and legal loopholes. But this one is this one's only 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Let's see how much damage they can do in that. Shall we?
This week's Parasha Mishpatim talks about many different laws. One of them, the pasuk starts off, Im kesef talve es ami es ha'ani imach loy sia loy kenoisha. When you lend money to my people, the poor person and the ones that are in the land of the city, you have to lend them the money, and you also cannot be a shark to get the money back.
Meaning you can't charge interest. You can't hoard them over the money like they do us every month. It's like, well, where's our money? Well, you better have our money, right? They're not allowed to do that.
You have to work with the person on a practical way, in a respectable way. And if the person doesn't have the money, you can't sit on his head. He doesn't have the money, doesn't have the money. So it's explained that usually in Hebrew, im means if. If you lend the guy money. You don't have to lend the money, only if you want to, So the Rashi says that 3 times in the Torah, basic quotes from Rabbi Akiva, 3 times in the Torah, that im usually means if, but in 3 places it means when you shall. You should do it. When you're going to do it, meaning that it's not if, you have to do it. And this is one of the obligations when someone comes over to you to borrow money, and the person seems to be responsible, is not using it for drugs or whatever it is, to just have, just to waste it. So you have a responsibility to give him. And it's an interesting thing. It says over here, Es Ami, my nation. My nation means I'm the king. God's the king, and God has a responsibility to serve his nation. So if you are lending somebody money from his nation, you are lending somebody that he's responsible for him. So you don't have to worry about him paying you back or not. It's on Hashem's bill.
Yeah, I just wanted you guys to catch that too. So if they loan money to another Jew, they don't have to pay it back because, well, that bill's on God, right? Same one we fucking killed, right? I mean, they're psychopaths.
Hashem's going to pay you back. You have the obligation to lend him, and if the guy doesn't pay you back, Hashem will deal with it. You don't have to worry. But there is a value here. It's also a value of emunah, that when you give, the guy didn't pay me back. It's a mice, it's a story, and he may never pay you back. But the thing is, you have to know that the Eibusher is going to pay you back. Hashem's going to pay you back. You have nothing to worry about. It's Ami. It's my nation. It's my guy. I'm responsible. Hashem has a responsibility for it. It's a very, very challenging thing for some people. But it's also, you have to, it doesn't mean you have to start giving away your whole bank account. You obviously have to do it in a responsible way. But the idea is, if you see somebody in need, you have to really help that person. That's what it is. That's what it's all about. And you're not allowed to take ribis. You're not allowed to take any interest on it also. You're not allowed to take interest when you lend to another Jew. So this is something that there's certain mitzvahs about it. And this is another way of us proving to ourselves that we really believe in Hashem. Because when it comes to the dollar, all of a sudden people have different feelings, different ways of looking at it. So that's one thing that's a very important lesson that we learn from this week's Parsha. May we all be blessed that we should all have, we should all be able to give others, and we should always be on the giving side and not the receiving side. The only place we want to be receiving is from Hashem. So Hashem should help, we should be able to give, and we should be able to receive from Hashem, and I think it's a beautiful partnership. Well, everybody should have a wonderful day.
One second, guys. Just gonna look for something quick. They already took it out. How they say it, like Vashem. Vashem's gonna pay it back, right? Well, what if Hashem's fucking the United States government? Where's that 900 something billion dollars that's missing? Then you look at all these banks with the bailouts, Silicon Valley and all that. But then they said, oh, well, you know, we have to take care of our own and all that. Oh, is that why like 80% of the Jews in New York City are on welfare? Are you really taking care of them? Or are you letting the government take care of them and you're giving money to them on the side?
Yeah, reparations for their bullshit Holocaust.
Yeah. That they keep on going right back to, and it's like, no, not this time, guys. Not this time. I mean, I wonder what kind of Semitism that's going to be. I mean, you already got the new Semitism. You've got the, what is it? The supplemental Semitism. I mean, the shit that these guys do, but then yet, you can't say, well, not all of them. It's like, well, you know which ones? The ones that are getting, I mean, if they don't have to pay interest for their loans, get them the fuck out. If they serve them the IDF, get them the fuck out. They're terrorists. They're terrorists on I don't care if they're citizens or not. They're not. You served a foreign power.
Yeah, especially if they're enrolled in the Tapia program.
Yep. And where do you think they all went? Right? They said Silicon Valley. So now think of crypto, guys. Odd. Just odd. Here's Shem. Let's see what he's got here. So they're talking about one of the sons of Noah. So they're not even talking about God. They don't believe in that shit. That's it. They don't. Not at all. Man, oh man, oh man. Thanks for that thing, Wendy. And also Brent 1520. That was huge. See what he did? He gifted
yeah,
5 memberships.
That's amazing.
I didn't even know you could do that, but that's awesome. Dude, that is awesome because that really does help. I mean, it helps with the Wi-Fi and NIPSCO and god damn that bill gets fucking high.
Thanks so much, Brent.
Yeah. And oh, I did find that picture. Remember when we were talking about the post, right? The P and the P and twat and everything like that?
Yes, sir.
Here's the picture right here. Right there's the P. The P in where? Right there. Like we said. Sure, a lot of people smiling, aren't there? Over here. Look at this. All Secret Service right here. I mean, look at Biden. I mean, fuck, Carter's loving it. I mean, shit, he's. Why even bring him at that point, you know? But right there, it's like, where's Barry? Where's Georgie, huh? Huh. Wonder where they are, huh? Right there. Fucking evil. Evil. The Carters were evil. So now, oh, shit. Man. So these revolutions, right? Now, we talked about these before, right? For some reason, I think we gotta think we know what's going on with this, right? Because you talk about the resets, right?
Yep.
So if they're having resets in all these areas, right? You know, so when they had the whole secret treaty of Rona, you know, and they talk about the states, right? They were talking about the United States. Because remember what happened right before that? The War of 1812.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So they caused these wars in order to have a reset. So then they have a reset and restocking and all that shit. Then you look at this one, like the revolutions, right? Revolutionary wave that included political unrest and armed revolts around the world inspired by the success of Russian Revolution. And who put that on, right? I mean, we just look at the world wars. You look at all three of them. I mean, they're going textbook. So that means, the Freemasons are bar none involved, right? Now, let's see.
And isn't it interesting that, again, Lenin, Stalin, Trotsky, all of them they went to Switzerland first, and then they went over there to do the revolution. Remember, they're exiled to Switzerland, and then they come back and do the revolution.
Do you notice everybody gets exiled to Switzerland in order to learn how to pull off these coups, and then they go off and do it.
Sure.
Because look at this Russian Revolution, right? But wait, Lend-Lease Act and all that, because we have to remember this FBI tie. Because who created the FBI? It was Kermit Roosevelt. So we know the Roosevelts are bad in this. Yeah. Way bad. So now you look at world communism, world revolution, right? Because what did FDR do? He went in there and fucking ruined everything in a matter of 16 years. Now you think that when Trump says that Biden is worse than, 10 of the worst presidents combined, that's a lot. That's just not, documents and this and that. And, having what is it? Shit. Just having ties to China and Ukraine and all that. It gets way deeper than that. Because why is everybody so gung-ho with Ukraine? How was Ukraine formed in the first place? Remember, it was all part of Mother Russia.
Yes.
Tsarist Russia, right?
Yes.
Here's where Ukraine came from. Temporary establishment of the Ukrainian People's Republic, Ukrainian state. So we know the Jews put it on, right?
Those colors.
Yep. It's all textbook.
Yeah.
So now you look at this, like the collapse of the Russian Empire. Look at this, like Russian Revolution, February Revolution, October Revolution, Russian Civil War. This all happened in a matter of 6 years. All of these. And listen, it was all over the world. And it was the Bolsheviks starting it, which are Das Juden. People could say, oh, you can't say that about the Jews. Well, then what the hell do you call them? If that's what they go by, their religion, hey, that's on them. They're not Israelites. They don't have a land. All they have is a religion.
The Hebrew is not a people, it's a language.
Yep. Same thing with Semitic.
Yes, sir.
When they say you're anti-Semitic, it's like, I don't want all the Jews gone. You've got the black Hebrew Israelites and all that. They're cool. They're not causing any problems.
They're amazing, actually.
Yeah. But then yet, you know, like when Jack said, "Oh yeah," Carter was going over there and giving him, you know, he's over there giving him injections, guys. This was pre-Bill Gates, right? So who was the stepping stone with these injections over in Africa?
Carter.
Carter went over there and he destabilized everything. He was running everything how everything wanted to be run by, you know, because remember, Zbigniew Brzezinski was still alive. So was Kissinger.
Yeah.
You don't think their plan was still, they're like, oh, well, we don't know who's in, but it's like, shit, they're still going around the world fucking plotting all this.
Pure evil.
They all still had all their security clearances, everything.
Kissinger was the State Department.
Yep. Pure evil.
Yes, sir.
And then you think about all the stuff with Hillary, right? With that, I have that in a file and I'll dig it up because it actually shows the circle and it shows where it connects to Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman and all that. It's like, that's how she's doing it.
And who was her idol? Her idol was Kissinger. She said so.
Yeah. And then she like Saul Alinsky. I mean, it's all communism.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. Yes.
Everything. But it's all run by Judaism.
Yes.
So by people saying that, oh, you can't say about the Jews, it's like, yeah, you can.
Damn right we can.
It's like, you can't say that, oh, well, I'm a Jew that loves Jesus. It's like, then you wouldn't be a Jew. It's case closed right there. You would have been a Christian. I mean, it's literally that easy. I mean, but yet, let's face it, that white privilege that everybody talks about, it's not us. It's the Caucasian privilege. It's the Jew privilege that they have. Has nothing to do with us, nothing to do with any of that. They're the ones that started the whole slave trade with the Catholics. Because now, when you also think about this, I'll shrink this real quick. So, when you think of the Jesuits, right? The Jesuits went in first to all of these places, right? To all these missions. Well, if the Jesuits in order, well, the Franciscan order, the Dominican order, all these orders, they're the ones that are the fucking dirty monks. They're the ones that are all evil. That's their cult. So now what they do? They brought the Jews with them because fuck, they didn't care. They're savages. They'll eat people, whatever. That's what they do. Because they want to think of themselves as holier than thou, but you have to play good cop, bad cop.
Right.
But there's no good cop, bad cop because they're baptizing and enslaving you and raping you and everything, and they're just killing you, eating you, raping you, and doing all the other shit. So really, who killed all the Native Americans? Can't even say the white man at this point, can you? Nope. Not at all. So you look, communist revolutions in Europe, right? Trotsky, Lenin. It's just like that one fucking jagoff. Shit. Max something that's talking shit about Elon. Right? Some comedian on. He's got the same round glasses that Trotsky wears and shit like that. Fucking, he's total commie. Because what people don't understand, I'm going to shrink this real quick because I want to talk about these H-1B visas. Okay? The H-1B visas aren't bringing people in that are a bunch of like just produce pickers and all that. You actually have to have a, college degree and everything like that. And they're like, well, why don't they just get them here? It's like, what do you think they're doing? I mean, if you have all these good people that are in these fucking shit places, and what does Elon do? He's like, hey, I need people. What's the best way to do it? It's like, well, we're willing to pay you top dollar, or we have to bring in people from overseas because they haven't been corrupted to our university system. Sounds fair, but it's a job fair. By him exposing this, they're like, hey, we get on with them. Because what you have to understand is what Elon's trying to do here is they're trying to bring the best and the brightest people to bring all these technologies forward. You're not going to have all Americans. These are like, oh, America, like Vivek said, Americans are fat and lazy. It's like, but is he wrong? He's not wrong. People are pissed, but it's like, I'm fucking fat and lazy. I need more exercise and all, but it's like, but that's just the whole thing about this, is that there's people out there that just engorge and don't do shit about it. And then they want to whine and bitch and say, well, Why can't I have the same? Oh, well, then here comes DEI. Oh, we're going to bring a bunch of DEI people in. You have to be qualified in these technical spots. You're not just going to bring in a bunch of people that off the street and say, hey, you want to build rockets? It's like, these people don't even fucking know what a rocket is.
Right.
But if you need like the brains in order to kickstart that, that's why Trump's on board with it. You can't have all these people with Einstein visas. You really don't want them because they've already been corrupted. Because even though H-1B, it's like that doesn't mean that these fucking brilliant people can't come out of work where you say, hey, but he has to go by case basis. And people are like, well, yeah, they're paying him less. Well, what do you want? I mean, you have to start at the bottom somehow, right? If you prove your worth, then you move up. That's like in any job. But this isn't like a McDonald's job. This is a job where you can actually move within the company and get really high up and make some serious fucking dough. But also you could actually change all of humanity because of the things that they're about to bring forward and all the technologies. They need the right people that know this shit that can actually apply it to, practicality around, humanity. So people are all pissed off at Elon and Vivek. It's like, for what? When we're talking about the truth, it's like the truth hurts. It's like, yeah, it's going to hurt. But I mean, does it hurt you because you know it's true and you don't want to admit it? Or are you just saying, oh, screw him because he said something negative about Americans? No, nobody's off. Everybody's a target right now, guys. I mean, shit, it's what it is.
I was going to say, just think about when we get all of that stolen technology that they stole from us, all those patents, all that stolen technology, all that free energy. What an amazing place. And do you have to have people that can do this stuff to understand what that was about? Of course you do. I can't just come in and say, oh, hey, Strack, you got some free internet? No, you got to have people actually know about this stuff. And, like people, of course, like Nikola Tesla, people that told these people different things, understood that the information was important. Just because these bad guys got control and stuff didn't mean that they destroyed it. Information is still available. They just got to, what do they call it? Reverse engineering.
But not really. Who has all the real documents of Tesla's stuff?
Uncle John.
Wouldn't Trump have it?
Yeah. Yep.
Now, if Trump hands it to Elon knows what to do with it.
Yeah.
But here's the problem with this, is that when some of these were let loose to the military-industrial complex, they made weapons of war.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Now, can you imagine a world where they actually just switched everything and nothing was made for war and everything for peace? How big of a human society we could possibly have?
Imagine
possibly, we would have.
They took the budget for war, like the military-industrial complex. Imagine if they put that to the homeless or people that actually need it, or people that down in North Carolina that lost their homes, or all this. The entire realm would be just amazing. You take that military budget, you take that military-industrial complex, you take all those dark CIA, Mossad projects and stuff, you take that Lucis Trust, and you bring it back to the people. Can you imagine what we could do? Can you imagine what we could achieve?
You want to see some of the trust out there. I mean, you've got the United States Trust, the U.S. Trust. You've got there's so many trusts out there that have so much, just so many numbers.
Yeah.
It's not even money.
Yeah.
It's not even real. Yeah. It's just one big scam on American people.
That's it.
And you think about it, then we'll go back to this. Right? So Red October Revolution, that's one of them. But if you notice something, there's a lot of other countries that was in on this. Let's see, Russia. Yeah, right here. This Bolsheviks and emerging Soviet Union anti-communist forces from a broad assortment of ideological factions fought against the Bolsheviks, particularly the by the counter-revolutionary white movement and the peasant green armies, the various nationalist movements in Ukraine, and those would be new states like those in Soviet Transcaucasia and Soviet Central Asia. Yeah, Transcaucasia. Now, why do they want Iran so much? They believe they believe that they rule the Caucasus region. Turkey's a big part. Why? Who did the Armenian genocide? Das Juden. Because they need the land. They think all this is theirs. But look, mineral resources. Oh, yeah, huh? Oh, you don't say.
And how do they get the land? They ethnic cleanse. They get rid of the people.
Yep. What they mow the lawn. They call it this fucking. Then you like by 1920, exhaustion, collapse of transportation markets, stress, starvation, made even distant elements of Red Army revolt against communist state, Kronstadt rebellion. But this intern, right? To Communist International. I mean, dissolved 81 years ago in 43. You sure about that? They just don't dissolve. They just get built into a bigger pot. Just like all the companies, they get in these melting pots and they get BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. So the complete failure of common intern inspired revolutions was sobering experience in Moscow, and Bolsheviks moved from world revolution to socialism in one country, Russia. Can't do it there now, can they? Where do they go to? Oh, we'll start in the U.S. and then we'll use the U.S. funds because we know they're stupid. We could just expend all their money and we could just start stocking up all of our old resources, like Ukraine. Odd. Can't make this shit up. Grand Duchy of Finland, the Finnish Civil War. We talked about this. Remember, they are the ones that had the concentration camps, and they used a swastika also as a symbol. Now, by mentioning that, I can't go without showing this because symbolism will be their downfall, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is a short 1 minute, 31-second video. If anybody likes Porsches out there, watch this. I mean, literally, it's a spinning swastika. I mean, that's shit. So now when we look at these revolutions, right? Now, if the Jews did all these, right? but they said they're Bolsheviks, they're Russian, because they quote unquote were emigrants, not immigrants, emigrants, because they can't immigrate anywhere. They don't have a country. All Jews are immigrants. There are no immigrants. You can't immigrate from Israel. Israel's not a land. It's a fantasy land. I mean, all their passports, it's all junk. See, well, these were the the Garian Union. If you notice, that's where unions and all that started getting big into it. But let's see, what part in here that like this in Finland. Forced right here. It's like my Mediterranean country had plunged into chaos. General Lieutenant Karl Mannerheim had arrived from discharge from Odessa to Petrograd to Vasa to organize the Finnish army. Odessa, Ukraine.
Yes.
So that's where their whole headquarters was, right? So that means the communists are. I mean, if we're. Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, remember that's where President Putin. That's where he first invaded. It was actually Odessa.
Yep.
Amphibious invasion.
And it said mid-January, the Senate declared the White Guard to be illegal in the official army of the Finnish state. Several members of parliament loyal to the Republic of Swinwood's Senate departed Vasa, where the White Army's headquarters would be located. Additionally, the money printing machines of the Bank of Finland were evacuated to Vasa to continue the production of currency for the Finnish state. So they literally took like their printing presses for their stuff and took it to Russia.
Now remember, Adolf Hitler, who did he attack before he attacked Russia? He attacked Finland. Finland is important, guys.
Big time. Sweden, Finland, all of them.
Yes, sir.
Big time. Let's see. Western Europe. The Leninist victories also inspired the surge in revolutionary action to achieve world communism. Larger German revolutions offspring, Bavarian Soviet Republic and neighboring Hungarian Revolution, and the Biennio Rosso in Italy, in addition to various smaller uprisings, protests, and strikes, all of which proved abortive. I mean, really? Yeah, abdication of the German Kaiser, as well as the end of the German Empire. Now remember, all this shit happened after World War One. So they upended Germany. They stole everything from Germany after World War One. That's everything. Oh, Hitler. Why don't you look at the cause of Hitler? How did he rise? Why did he rise to power? These same shitheads that he was trying to kick out of his country were overthrowing it and bringing in communism.
At Treaty of Versailles, it absolutely destroyed them.
I mean, these guys just, despite ambitions for world revolution, supporters of socialism in one country led by Stalin came to power in the Soviet state, instituted Bolshevization of the Comintern, and abolished it in 1943. Hey, when did the OSS start in the United States?
CIA.
Right around that same time. Then turned to the CIA.
Yep.
Then you look at the CIA, right? Who runs the CIA? Right? Well, it's got to be either the Black Pope or the Gray Pope.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the Gray Pope, I think, does all the financial.
Right?
Yep.
Yep.
And that's the thing. It's like that Arturo Sosa, he's the Gray Pope right now. And you look at these people, it's like, well, even MS-13, his first name wasn't Arturo Sosa, so it started with an M. So MS-13 minus 13. So Jesuits going down? I mean, shit, be anything at that point. Aftermath of the First World War in Italy resulted in great levels of unemployment and economic crisis. It's always an economic crisis, isn't it? Because the economic crisis hit Italy in 1920, but then it hit the U.S. in 1929. I mean, communist revolutionaries in the Italian kingdom, they stayed red. That's it. Do you think these guys actually went underground? Yeah, of course they did. Non-communist revolutions in Ireland. The thing is that it's not so much communist, but they're trying to push the same thing. Like both the Irish Republic and Russian Soviet Federal Socialist Republic were pariah states or excluded from the Paris Peace Conference. Another Paris Peace Conference, huh? Everything's in Paris. Because after what Dina was looking through last night, I think we're spot on with the whole John Wick. The upper chambers, the lower chambers, all of it. The Council of Nine, everything. This, that we're going to go through, Dina and I are going to go through all that, and because she found a bunch of stuff, I'm like, hey, you let me know, sit down, because I mean, I know because she took the dates and she started cross-checking everything with the whole Somerset Belanoff. It's all there. It's really all there, and because of all this is why we started looking at it with we found another video about the Mother's Darkness Castle. The one video that I shared on here, that the Mother's Darkness Castle, I don't know if we watched it or shared it, but they actually answered them back. They contacted them. And I'm like, are you out of your damn mind? I mean, right then and there, I'd be like, shit and bricks. But they came out and told us the truth. Remember, there's always, when you look at Trump, he's an outsider who came in, same thing, disrupted everything. Somerset Belanoff's the same way. But her bloodline, it's Tartarian. Yes. So you look at this, Spain, main Spanish crisis in 1917. Isn't it funny that all of the countries that the Jews were thrown out of all suddenly had like big financial downfalls, had depressions, wars, military dictatorships. I mean, everything, all of it. Like this, military coup against massive traditionalist uprisings, the Cristero War against the government's persecution of Roman Catholics. Well, you guys should have like really looked into them Roman Catholics before you started letting them out.
Hey Jay, it's almost like they're following their manifesto, their their protocols of the learned elders of Zion. They're getting their revenge on the countries that kicked them out.
Yep. Like this in Egypt, right? Revolution in Egypt. Countrywide revolution against the British occupation of Egypt. Now, think about this from the United States standpoint. So Britain's pretty much like in the clear. They're like, ha ha ha. We'll have these stupid Americans do it. They don't care. They're all gung ho. They could sit here and they preach about their patriotism. We only give them enough freedom. Just give them just enough on the leash. Because how could it not be dust shooting? If they control the media, they control the universities, they control everything, and then they want to have all these laws that say, well, you can't say anything bad about them, but then yet all this shit's coming out about them. If we could find it, then they could find it. You don't think these lawmakers know this shit? Shit, they better know this shit. The resolution was countered, but nevertheless led to the Britain initiated the Milner mission. Yeah. By the way, this Alfred Milner, where do you think the term kindergarten? Alfred Milner's kindergartens. Yeah. They were the ones that were stealing all the shit from everybody. I mean, they were raiding like South Africa and all this, the Boer Wars and all that. They were over there just trying to steal everything. It was like free reign. Because they had a reset. They're like, okay, guys, what land do you want? Go get it. I mean, it's like this, King Fuad died in 1936, and Farouk inherited the throne at only 16. Alarmed by the Second Italo-Ethiopian War during the fascist Italy invasion of Ethiopia, he signed the Anglo-Egyptian Treaty, which required Britain to withdraw troops from Egypt by 1949 and accepted the Suez Canal. In World War II, Allied troops used Egypt as a major base for its operations throughout the region. British armed forces were withdrawn to the Suez Canal in 1947, but nationalist anti-British sentiment continued to grow after the war. Now, what are the Jews trying to do? That's why Egypt controls the Suez Canal. They actually go on there. They have their captains go on there. They know the whole thing. That's why. Why do they want all these waterways? They want shipping. They don't want anybody saying shit about what they're shipping. Children, other shit, bombs, material. I mean, that's what they ship. Opium, heroin. The drug trade, all these companies it was a drug trade. That's all it was. It was a slave and drug trade. They say it's tea and spices and all that. It's like, you could go without pepper if it meant that you could save like a whole civilization of people.
The Dutch West Indies and the Dutch East Indies were, like you said, it was all about this nefarious acts.
Oh shit! Wait till we get. Oh man, those ones are good too. Because
now I'm curious when you're going to cover, and I know you got a lot on your plate, but that Russian American company, that's big.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a big one, and still trying to connect all these dots because I got Russia, Alaska, and the whole missions.
Wow.
But here's the thing, though. List of conflicts. Communist revolution started in 1917, 1924. Now you think 2017 to 2024 here. Does anybody see any difference in any of this?
Near.
Not every 100 years.
Yep.
Now you look at this. Communist revolutions started, right? In Russia. All that. So all these were part of Russia. Spain, Austro-Hungary strike of January 1918. They're all strikes, right? What's going on here? You have union strikes. See how it all it's all one and the same.
Sure.
Darwin Rebellion, Swiss General Strike, political violence in Germany. Yeah, they're fucking pissed off because you screwed them out of their country. I mean, I don't know what else to tell these people, but just stupid. I mean, look, all these in that small period of time. So did it, right? So please tell me that putting these assholes in camps so they wouldn't pull this shit wasn't a good move. I mean, they'll sit here and bitch about this, but nobody says anything about the Japanese Americans that were held in the concentration camps on our own soil.
FDR.
But no, that's too much, right? Notice, counter revolutions against USSR. So these were the ones that were going against, against their fucking communist revolutions. Then you had Soviet counter revolutions. I mean, who was arming them? Who was financing them? Because you can't have this many wars in such a small time.
Pre-planned, guys. It's again, the long-term objectives. It's pre-planned. Every single one of those are pre-planned.
Let's see. That's not it. Also, it was shit, where is it? Damn it. Just had it. That's not it. Oh, and then we found all those that alien interview, the extraterrestrial interview. We found all 4 parts of it. It's actually coming out in a movie in 2025, but we can show those too. They're short, but they're real. They're real. I mean, it's no 2 ways about it. Let's see. Oh, you know what? All right, I have this quick video. It's 5 minutes. This one came out 5 days ago, right? This is where we need to start worrying. Not so much worrying, but Russia unmasked shocking U.S. Pentagon plot. America's spy jailed for secret genetic operation.
A dangerous game of espionage has reached new heights as Russian authorities uncover the latest chapter in the escalating tensions between Moscow and Washington. After the Federal Security Service, FSB, detained Ukrainian spies in recent weeks, it now reveals shocking details of a US-backed plot aimed at Russia's most sensitive assets, its people. Eugene Spector, a Russian-born US citizen, has been handed a 15-year prison sentence after being convicted of espionage by a Moscow court. The charges? Gathering genetic data from Russian citizens under the guise of scientific research, information allegedly funneled to the Pentagon for a chilling purpose. Spector's case is not just a routine espionage conviction. It is part of a growing web of fears surrounding biosecurity. According to the FSB, the US sought to develop a genetic screening system targeting the Russian population. This revelation comes amid heightened concerns in Moscow over the potential exploitation of biological data by foreign powers. The Russian government has recently tightened regulations on the export of biological material, citing the possibility of bioagents selectively engineered to harm ethnic groups, an issue raised by senior Russian officials for years. Born and raised in Leningrad, Spector moved to the United States and became a naturalized citizen. Despite his American ties, he had kept close connections with Russia, even living in St. Petersburg for 5 years before his arrest. Initially detained for his involvement in a bribery case, Spector's situation escalated dramatically after his arrest in 2023 on charges of espionage. The case, shrouded in secrecy, was tried behind closed doors due to the classified nature of the materials involved. On December 24th, the Moscow City Court found Spector guilty, sentencing him to 15 years in a maximum security penal colony. Details about the specifics of Spector's espionage activities remain scarce. The FSB's report describes how he allegedly transferred biotechnological and biomedical data, including state secrets, to foreign entities. The exact nature of the screening system remains unclear, though it has raised alarms in Russia about the potential misuse of genetic data. This case is the latest chapter in a growing list of concerns about the West's interest in Russian genetic material. High-ranking officials have repeatedly questioned why the US and its allies have collected vast amounts of biological samples from Russia. In the lead-up to the war in Ukraine, the US was reportedly in possession of up to 16,000 biological samples from the region. Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov, head of Russia's chemical and biological defense troops, has raised alarms about the possibility of the US developing bacteria and viruses targeting specific ethnic groups, particularly Russians and Ukrainians. Kirillov's claims, echoed by scientists like Mikhail Kovalchuk, the president of the Kurchatov Institute, have only heightened fears of a biological weapon capable of selectively affecting populations based on their genetic makeup. The FSB's revelations about Spectre's role in this sprawling bioespionage operation have added a new layer to the already tense US-Russia relations. With both sides accusing each other of orchestrating covert operations, it remains unclear how this new information will impact the broader geopolitical landscape, particularly amid the ongoing war in Ukraine.
Yeah, like I said, that's interesting. And the thing is too, if you turn that the other way, if Russia was targeting people in the United States, what would that call? What would that be called, Strack? That'd be called an act of war. Same thing. If they're targeting Russian people in Russian soil, the act itself is war itself. So have we been at war? Well, we've been at war for a while. But again, not the people in our country and the beautiful people in Russia. It's the tyrannical government here in the United States, the ones that took over this system, this corporation. They're talking about eugenics. So, I mean, it's just absolutely evil.
So, oh shit, wait for it to update. No, you didn't update, fucker. Oh, here we go. So, Trump reposted this on True Social just now. But Doe #1 versus Rumsfeld, 297, F support 2D 119, 2003, 5. A federal court held that the U.S. military could not mandate EUA vaccines for soldiers. The United States cannot demand that members of the armed forces also serve as guinea pigs for experimental drugs. EUA products are unapproved, unlicensed, experimental. Under the Nuremberg Code, the foundation of ethical medicine, no one may be coerced to participate in a medical experiment. The individual's consent is absolutely essential. No court has ever upheld mandate for an EUA vaccine. In Doe #1 versus Rumsfeld, a federal court held that the U.S. military could not mandate EUA vaccines for soldiers. The United States cannot demand that the members of armed forces cannot serve as guinea pigs. Are you aware of this? Well, fortunately, we were. Way back then when they sued before under Emmett G. Sullivan.
Anthrax. Yep. Anthrax vaccine. Yep.
And let's see.
Now think about that, Jay. Does that bring down big pharmaceutical because people are going to start to sue? They're going to be held accountable.
Yep. And that's why we need a class action lawsuit with non-Jew attorneys.
Sure.
Because I don't think it should be us. I mean, I think the entire government should sue them on behalf of we the people, on behalf of humanity, actually. They spread it all across the world. Oh. I forgot. Damn it. I did have this one more video, and this is by good old Doug in Exile. This guy's awesome. But what it is he gives you 3 reasons why Carter's past will shock you. It doesn't shock us, but I think this is going to make everybody realize what kind of fucking shitbag this guy really was.
Decency. 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 Everybody deserves a shot.
Welcome to Doug in Exile. Hey, my Twitter account got featured on Fox News. I'm going to show you real quick. It's my tiny little glimpse at the news. When the news reports us as the news. Thank you, Fox News. Look, first, here's the article where they're quoting my tweet. Biden shredded for calling on Trump to emulate decency shown by Carter. This is based on this Joe Biden video wherein eulogizing Jimmy Carter, who died at 100 years old, he ends up saying that he was decent in a creepy way, creepy smile.
Decency. 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 Everybody deserves a shot. Everybody. Can you imagine Jimmy Carter walking by someone who needs something and just keep walking? Can you imagine Jimmy Carter referring to someone by the way they look or the way they talk?
He was a terrible president. That's why he lost in a landslide after his one term. And if it's possible, I think he was even a worse ex-president because of his meddling in U.S. foreign policy, because of his saddling up to dictators around the world, because of his vehement views, anti-Israel views, and more than dabbling in anti-Semitism over the years.
And then he uses it to go after Trump, implying that Trump is not decent. So here's my tweet thanking them for tweeting me. Thank you to David Rutz for quoting my tweet on Jimmy Carter in this Fox News article. Biden's jab at Trump's decency after Carter's death infuriates conservatives. President Biden's jab at President-elect Donald Trump that he could learn about decency from the late Jimmy Carter didn't play well with conservatives online like me. Carter died on Sunday at the age of 100 as the longest living American president in history. When a reporter asked Biden what Trump should take from Carter's legacy, Biden replied, decency, 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 he said. Can you imagine Jimmy Carter walking by someone who needed something and just kept walking? You can't imagine Jimmy Carter referring to someone by the way they look or the way they walk. Radio host and ex-Washington Post writer Hugh Hewitt was among those who cried foul at Biden's comments, and we love Hugh Hewitt too. Quote, it is decent to have deceived the American public for years about your condition and to do so via a complicit and complacent legacy media, Hugh Hewitt wrote on X, quote, the greatest cover-up in modern American political history and the greatest media scandal as well is still unacknowledged on the record by anyone around President Biden and by almost all legacy media figures. Their sunk costs are enormous, but they won't cut them loose and own the cover-up or the complicity, he said. We agree. Legal analyst Jonathan Turley contrasted Biden with Carter for the former's broken promises to not pardon his son Hunter. Carter's younger brother Billy was scrutinized for his business relationship with Libya. Billy Carter doing business with Libya during the Carter administration. Here's Jonathan Turley. Instead of showing Carter's honesty, Biden lied for years and then pardoned his own son after repeatedly denying that he would never do so. During the campaign, he pardoned his son for any crimes committed over a 10-year period, including potential crimes that you may believe implicated the president himself with a multi-million influence peddling operation, Turley wrote on a thread on X. So there's Jonathan Turley, who we do lots of videos on. I love that guy. And then look who's next. Whoa, whoa. Hey, look at that. Right there on Fox News. Look at this. Animator Doug TenNapel fired off a lengthy screed on Biden's remarks, saying he'd done damage to the country with his indecent presidency and would have been better suited working at a gas station. Quote, I pray he found faith. We'll go to I'm going to go to my whole tweet here on X, okay? Just so you can read the whole thing. Joe Biden stretches a ghoul grin describing the late Jimmy Carter. Decency, he says. He only used those words to describe Carter to insult Trump. Remember, big media like Joe Scarborough and politicians like Hakeem Jeffries couldn't point to Biden's record, so they touted his heroic, long political service to America. What Carter did to America was indecent. He created he worked at Habitat for Humanity as an act of penance for what he did in office. There's a problem. No man can remove sin against one group by performing good works to another. In other words, what he did to the world is not made up for by doing good works for Habitat for Humanity. This isn't karma. Here's Jimmy Carter never apologized for what he did to America. To my working class parents and millions of others crushed by his economy in the late 70s, the American weakness that invited evil to erupt around the world, he was too proud to apologize and claim his immoral failure, which seems to be a feature of nearly every president we've had. An unrepentant person is profoundly anti-Christian. That goes for Carter, Trump, you, and me. He was an anti-Semite. His statecraft harmed our relations with Israel like no other president in my lifetime, including Obama. He nearly single-handedly destroyed Iran by not supporting the legit Shah, who was struggling with a revolution while fighting leukemia. We're still on the brink of global apocalypse with Iran because of Carter's indecent decisions. Carter created more poor victims and destroyed more families than he ever built with Habitat for Humanity. So even if we're going to use karma to pay for sins with works, he fails miserably. He would have earned a better salvation by working at a 7-Eleven his whole life and keeping to himself. And I have just one more bunch of facts about what Jimmy Carter did that's worse than anything Trump did to women or Biden did, but it affects women around the world. The moment that Jimmy Carter didn't support the Shah during the revolution and the Shah got deposed to the current Islamic regime, the hijab became instantly mandatory. The legal age of marriage went from 18-year-old women to 9-year-old girls. Women lost their rights to choose who to marry and weren't allowed to be considered for custody of their children after divorce. Women were barred from serving as judges. Farouk Parsa, the first woman to serve in the Iranian cabinet, was executed. So all this talk of how good Jimmy Carter is being decent.
I think he was a guy who had a huge ego and believed that he was uniquely positioned to do all these things, even after the American people had roundly and soundly rejected his leadership.
He was incredibly indecent. He harmed millions of people around the world, especially women and children, especially brown women and children over in Iran. And remember the hostage deal that Reagan had to come in and save everyone from. Jimmy Carter was a terrible president. Joe Biden is also a terrible president, neither one of which have a right to condemn Trump for anything. And remember, Jimmy Carter, before he passed away, said he would refuse to go to Trump's inauguration. And now he's definitely not going to Trump's inauguration. I don't like speaking ill of the dead. I don't think that's a right thing to do. So I don't want to go after Jimmy Carter or dance on his grave or anything like that. My wish for all men is repentance and salvation. However, here on earth, what he did, it has to be said, was an immoral humanitarian crisis that harmed people. I don't want to tout this guy as some kind of a hero.
Can I just offer one retort, which is this. In the run-up to the Persian Gulf War, he wrote letters.
Yeah, I know about this.
To all of our allies and to Arab states, asking them to abandon their cooperation and coalition with the United States of America. If it's not treasonous, it's borderline treasonous. And so I hear what you're saying about the humanitarianism, but when you're an ex-president and you have served in that office, I think you have a duty to the United States and only to the United States. And when he did that and other instances, to me, It showed that he cared more about his own legacy than he did about the country, and I think that is wrong.
I'm Doug in exile. What do you guys think of Jimmy Carter? Let me know in the comments below.
I could tell you he's a cock gobbler. That's the thing. I mean, everybody wants to, oh, Habitat for Humanity. Look, no. You know what? I don't. Oh, he's a peanut. I don't give a fuck. No. Then you should have stayed. You should have stayed being a peanut farmer then.
What are peanuts? They're children, right?
Yeah.
Cartoon. He's a farmer of children, guys. Boom.
Yeah. Just like his wife.
Got it.
His wife was a top tier witch. These people are evil. These people are stupid. These people are everything. Let's see. Oh, 1 second. 1 second. I do have one last video and then we got some stuff to talk about, but this was 2 weeks ago, and I mean, just trying to catch up on these things while highlighting it's just plays hell. But yeah.
Devastating report into Israel's bombing campaign against the people of Gaza exposes the genocidal mayhem unleashed by the Israeli state. It leaves no place to hide, zero for defenders of the Israeli state and its murderous behavior in Gaza. All of their arguments, all of their defenses destroyed, buried in the rubble, indeed, of Gaza. For those of us who live in states which have armed and facilitated this genocide, we have a responsibility to know what this report says. That's what we're going to talk about. Now, after all, the human catastrophe which has enveloped the Palestinian people was made possible because of the weaponry handed to Israel by Western states, principally by the United States, but the British government, as an example, still gives Israel the crucial components needed for the F-35 jets, which have reduced much of Gaza to an apocalyptic wasteland. This new report is produced by Air Wars. It's a UK-based organisation founded 1 decade ago or so, which came to prominence by tracking and archiving the aerial bombardment of so-called Islamic State, ISIS, and other such jihadi groups in Iraq and Syria in particular. They're run by a team of experts, and their impact goals, as described on their website, include to pressure governments and military actors to acknowledge and take responsibility for the full human toll of their actions, ensure measures to prevent human suffering, particularly amongst civilian populations, are centred in military policy and practice. This report focuses on the first 25 days of the onslaught against Gaza after Israeli President Isaac Herzog declared there were no uninvolved civilians in Gaza, when the defence minister and an Israeli general charged with civilian affairs had described those civilians as human animals and human beasts who, as the latter put it, would only get damage and hell. It's important to just put that here when I'm talking about this report, because always remember, they didn't hide what they were going to do. They made it clear, and we can link the overwhelming evidence produced by Air Wars to the stated intent of the Israeli state. Now, according to Air Wars, at least 5,139 civilians were killed in October 2023 in Gaza. Bear in mind, its pre-war population was about 2.2 million. Of those, at least 1,900 children were killed. And bear in mind, the vast majority of this was before the ground invasion. Air Wars say it is by far the most intense, destructive and fatal conflict for civilians that Air Wars has ever documented. The statistics speak for themselves and leave any suggestion that the Israeli state has sought to prevent civilian harm exposed for what it is, the unforgivable sin of atrocity denial. Just listen to this. Air Wars looked at 606 incidents of civilian harm in this 25-day period. In those 606 incidents, in which at least 5,139 civilians were killed, guess how many militants they established had been killed? Between 30 and 58. An academic who goes under History Speaks on Twitter, who I recommend, has done a pie chart graph which exposes the murderous absurdity of this crime. As the graph shows, 99.4% of these incidents killed civilians, with 0.6% killing militants. The most moral army in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, what these statistics expose is a naked war of extermination. They find that when a named individual is killed, an average of 14 members of his or her family were also killed. Indeed, in the first year, over 900 entire Palestinian bloodlines in Gaza, that is, entire extended families, from little babies to great-grandparents, have been wiped from the face of the earth. I've said this before, but it's worth stating. If just one extended family in Britain, with a population over 30 times bigger than Gaza's pre-war population, if just one extended family were all violently wiped out here, that would be a national tragedy, remembered as such long after the horror happened. 900 entire bloodlines. Let me read this particular paragraph from the Airwolves report. Families were killed together in unprecedented numbers and in their homes. More than 9 out of 10 women and children were killed in residential buildings. In more than 95% of all cases where a woman was killed, at least one child was also killed. Now, Airwolves looked at where Palestinian civilians were being killed, and overwhelmingly they were being killed in their own homes, often in their own beds. Over 90% of female or child fatalities took place in residential buildings. A little note here, obviously it's the case that so many Palestinian men are not quote-unquote legitimate targets either. In this context, women and children are referred to because we are automatically able to conclude without further discussion that they are civilians. That doesn't mean we should disregard how many men have been butchered. For example, the first responders on the scene, who are often victims of double-tap attacks by the Israeli state. Now, Israel's defenders have repeatedly claimed this mass slaughter is caused by the use of so-called human shields in Gaza. Even on its own terms, this is a nonsense. Under international law, potential harm to civilians can only be justified proportionate to a military advantage and when necessary precautions are thereby taken. But in any case, the evidence for human shields is simply not there. The justifications go along the lines of, there's a big block of flats. In those flats, there's someone we've decided, or an artificial intelligence system has decided, I'll come on to that, is a legitimate military target. We're going to blow up that block of flats and kill a load of civilians, and then we'll behave as though all the people in that block are all human shields. As it is, Gaza is one of the most densely populated communities on Earth. And it should be said that when Iranian missile strikes targeted Israel, there was chatter about how a potential strike on the headquarters of Mossad, the Israeli intelligence services, could imperil civilian lives because it's surrounded by civilian infrastructure, as is the IDF headquarters, surrounded by civilian flats, shopping malls. Therefore, is the IDF and Mossad using human shields? Also, there's overwhelming evidence, even covered by the likes of the New York Times and CNN, that it is in fact Israel which keeps using Palestinian civilians as human shields because every accusation is a confession. And we know from Plus 975 magazine that, as I indicated there, artificial intelligence systems are used to identify targets without any human input, including one called, I wish I was saying, I kid you, no, this is a joke, a dark joke, a really messed up joke. It's called Where's Daddy? That's the program the Israeli state uses, where literally what happens is a man who is deemed a target, however low-lying, and in many cases the AI has just selected someone who isn't in any way a legitimate target of any description. They get home and then they are blown up along with their children, their family, their neighbours. As Airwolves find, when civilians were killed alongside family members, at least 15 other members were killed. They note this is higher than any other conflict documented by Airwolves. Indeed, they show a graph comparing how many Palestinian civilians were killed in October 2023 with the most lethal month recorded in Iraq in the battle against ISIS during the Battle of Mosul in March 2017, where they find 1,470 civilians were killed by the US-led coalition compared to over 5,000 in Gaza. They look at the offensives against ISIS, which have often been used by apologists for Israel's genocide to suggest, well, lots of civilians were killed there, so this is okay. They find that in the Battle of Raqqa, and this is our speciality, by the way, in the Battle of Raqqa in Iraq against ISIS, in that whole 4-month period, there were less than half the civilian fatalities as in Gaza in that first 25 days. This isn't a war. It's a genocide. This is what extermination looks like. There's no attempt to protect civilians from harm here. You can see that. Here's a key point. The vast majority of civilians are not going to be killed by the violence. That we know that from precedent. I'm afraid in military onslaughts, which are far less destructive, even still, they're very destructive. But it's not the bombs or the bullets, it's other causes. The destruction of the fundamentals of society, like healthcare, housing, access to water, food. That's what's going to kill the biggest number of Palestinians. I hate to say it. It's the truth. Airwolves have done an incredibly important report here, and they detail one element of the extermination that the Palestinian people are suffering. It's one element, and it's hideous enough. but it's only going to be a minority. And they were looking only at the first few weeks. Obviously, every single day, Palestinians are just wiped out. With no headlines, wiped out, normalised. We'll never recover from this. We'll never be forgiven. The consequences will be catastrophic, I can assure you. There's no point pretending. This is one of the worst atrocities of our age, and it is up to us to keep screaming about it as loudly as we can. Please like and subscribe, leave your thoughts, your comments, help us.
Yeah, it's plain and simple. It's genocide. Exactly what it is. There's no denying it. They're targeting women, children, the people over in Palestine. They're trying to ethnic cleanse that whole area so they can have their canal, so they can steal their land, those minerals, and especially the children. It's as simple as that, Strack. It is as simple as that. It's genocide.
Oh, yeah. You're a den of vipers and thieves, and I intend to rout you out, and by the eternal God, I will rout you out. If Congress has the right to issue paper money, it was given to them to be used by themselves and not to be delegated to individuals or corporations. Yeah. Say that again, huh? The den of vipers, huh? The snakes. Who's the snake? Right? Das Juden. Remember, the snake poem fits him perfectly. Right? You know, you look at it and it's all laid out right there. It's like, oh, you knew I was a snake when you let me in. Well, there's a pattern going on with these Jews. I don't know if anybody's noticed it. You know, getting fired out of all these countries, even getting, you know, not any tourism or anything. They don't want any of them. Just turn around and just go. Now when they're starting to block them from actually traveling and all that, where else do they go? They don't have a home. They don't have a land. There's your religion right there. You guys are all shitbags.
You remember they thought they were going to have their second Israel in Ukraine, but President Putin stopped that.
Yep. Well, and then they thought they were going to have their other Israel over in Hawaii.
Yes, sir.
And that got stopped.
Yes.
It's funny how they just want to just steal land, steal land, steal land. And then yet you say something about them. It's like, oh, my Holocaust. Oh, this is our land. This is our land. Fuck them. It's not their land. Never was their land. And, oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I do have one more because this one was mind-blowing. This one was good. And I had to fast forward through. How was it? Right here. Oh, actually,
fact that
Das Juden. Cruising for the Juden.
is he converted to Judaism. And then in the course of time, the nobility, his advisors, also converted to Judaism, and then his people. And by the year 900, this was a Jewish kingdom. This was a Jewish kingdom. This was a Jewish kingdom. Now we come to the others. There was Moshe ibn Ezra. By the way, Ibn means son of, but it's a family name. Moshe ibn Ezra. And then Abraham ibn Ezra, distant cousins. And then Yehuda Halevi, the greatest Hebrew poet since King David. Yehuda Halevi was a physician. He lived in Toledo. He writes a poem which reads as follows: "My heart is in the east, and I am in the uttermost west. I cannot enjoy my food, I cannot rest, because the holy city of Jerusalem is in Christian thrall, and I am tied up in Arab chains." He was a highly respected citizen of Toledo. People came to him. He was a great physician. And also, he wrote a book. And his book is a remarkable work. It's called the Kuzari. And it's based on an event that took place. And that is the establishment of an independent Jewish kingdom in Central Asia in the year 750. Have you heard about that? The kingdom of the Khazari, Khazar Empire. Who are the Khazars? The Khazars were a Turkish tribe, and they, on the warpath, succeeded in establishing control over a very important part of Asia. Their center was on the Volga River, and their empire extended from north of the Black Sea to east of the Caucasus. Why is that important? Because they were on the main path of the trade routes from Asia to Europe. So they controlled it. And they were very strong. They established themselves. And they had been one of the Turkish tribes, should we call it nomadic warriors, like the Mongols later on. The king of the Khazars decided, now that he is head of an empire, he should adopt a civilized religion. Now, he adopted Judaism. Now, why? There are stories, of course. One of the stories, the legend is, he invited a Catholic, a Christian priest, who told him about Christianity, and in the course of describing Christianity, said about Jesus and the Old Testament and Judaism and so on. Then he invited a Muslim, and the Muslim talked about Muhammad and the Quran and the prophets of ancient Israel who preceded. And then he said, you said that Christianity comes out of Judaism, and you said Islam comes out of Judaism. Well, I'd like to speak to the Jews. And as the story goes, he invited a Jewish scholar, and he converted to Judaism. That's the story. Now let's look at the reality, the political reality. The political reality is interesting. At that time, in the year 750, had he converted to Christianity, he would have had to submit himself to the authority of the Emperor of Constantinople, who was head of the Christian world. Had he adopted Islam, he would have had to submit to the authority of the Caliph of Baghdad, who was head of the Muslim world. He didn't want a boss. He wanted to be independent. And I suppose he also had contact with Jews, and he knew about Judaism. The fact is, he converted to Judaism. And then in the course of time, the nobility, his advisors, also converted to Judaism, and then his people. And by the year 900, this was a Jewish kingdom, you could say a Jewish empire in Central Asia, which, you know, stimulated the imagination of the Jews. Imagine there is an independent Jewish nation someplace in Asia. Well, we live in Spain, and that's over 1,000 miles away. But they were very much intrigued and excited at the prospect. In fact, Hassan ibn Shaprut, who was chief advisor to the Sultan of Cordoba in Spain, wrote a letter to the king of the Khazars. And he got an answer, and these letters are in pure Hebrew. And you know, for a long time, scholars were debating that, oh, this is not true, these letters were invented, it's fiction.
They did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They relate the story of the conversion of King Bulan. They talk about the nature of Khazarians, their Judaism, and all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provided the letters to the messengers of Hassan ibn Shaprut were essentially engaged in some kind of con, and they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging, but are they real? Do these Are they authentic? Are they actually letters from King Joseph? Probably not.
As far as the alleged conversion of the Khazaris, you can read it in Yehuda Halevi's book, The Khazari, that it may be true that as there is debate and discussion, there are Turkic people a little over 1,000 years ago, that some of the leaders or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism. Some of the leaders or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism.
Some of the leaders or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism.
As far as the alleged conversion of the Khazaris, you can read it in Yehuda Halevi's book, The Khazari, that it may be true that as there is debate and discussion, there are Turkic people a little over 1,000 years ago, that some of the leaders or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism and then became part of the larger Jewish people. Khazars as a whole disappear from history. That's it. End of subject. There is no Khazarian mafia. There's not a single Jew on the planet that can be traced back in any definitive way to the Khazars. Zero. Absolutely zero. Some of them may have willfully converted to Judaism, maybe mainly the leaders. You say, well, where did the name Ashkenazi came from? So a little over 1,000 years ago, as Jewish people scattered around the world had now emigrated in Europe and now were living in the Rhineland in Germany, they looked at the name Gomer in Genesis 10, and they connected Gomer with Germany, so they took on the identity of the name Ashkenaz. It has nothing to do with Ashkenaz in the Bible, which is a descendant of Japhet. It's just a name that was taken, okay? It's that simple. Just like my last name Brown doesn't refer to the color of my skin, just like my last name Brown doesn't refer to the color of my skin,
just like my last name Brown doesn't refer to the color of my skin.
Michael Brown, I am Caucasian. Just like my last name Brown doesn't refer to the color of my skin or anything else. It was shortened from a Russian name when my grandfather came over at Ellis Island. The name got shortened to Brown. It's just a name. That's all it is. So the idea that Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Japhet is a myth, 100% false, zero truth to it. Just study the history. And Michael Brown, I am Caucasian, even though my last name is Brown. Michael Brown, I am Caucasian, even though my last name is Brown. Michael Brown, I am Caucasian.
I am Caucasian.
I am Caucasian.
And you know, for a long time, scholars were debating that, oh, this is not true, these letters were invented, it's fiction. Until they discovered letters a few years ago from the Cairo Geniza. You're familiar with the Cairo Geniza? I'll tell you about that. But these letters are in Hebrew, and they were written by Khazarian merchants in Kiev, which later became the Christian capital of Russia. And these Khazarian Jews in Kiev were corresponding with their counterparts in Khazaria, and the letters are in pure Hebrew, and they're Jewish. In other words, you can tell from the language and the expressions that they are traditional Jews, because there was a theory that they were sectarian Jews, that they were Karaite Jews. In any event, this was a Jewish kingdom, and the letters between Hasdai ibn Shaprut, who was the minister of the Caliph of Cordoba, and King Joseph II of Khazaria. It's an interesting correspondence in Hebrew. Also, there was a book written, a true historical analysis of the whole history, and it seems that the records indicate that. I'm saying that because the Christians never mentioned that. Why didn't the Christians talk about that? It was very important. Because in Christian theology, there cannot be a Jewish kingdom. It goes against the church fathers. The church father says there will never be a Jewish authority and Jewish kingdom. So the Christians didn't talk about it. But between the Arab historians and the Jewish correspondents and the Turkish and Greek indications, it's clear that there was such. By the way, as I said, their center was on the Volga River, which empties into the Caspian Sea, and they also controlled the eastern slopes of the Caucasus Mountains. Now, in 1000, the Eastern Slavic kingdoms had been converted to Christianity. And so the Prince of Kiev, who was a Christian, combined with the Emperor of Constantinople, and they attacked the Jewish kingdom of Khazaria. And the Khazarian kingdom came to an end as an empire, but there were still Khazarian Jews living there. An interesting thing is that I met Jews from that group in Israel. One of them married my wife's cousin. So we were at the wedding. It's very nice. They got married, so I was speaking to her husband. By the way, he looked like a warrior in Genghis Khan's army. And I asked him, what language did you speak? So he says, Tat. I said, Tat, what is it? I don't know. That's the language we spoke. So I said, why did you count from 1 to 10 in Tat? So he counted from 1 to 10. I said, okay, it's Persian. It's a Persian dialect. Then he tells me, you know, we are all descendants of converts. All of us. I said, really? What makes you say that? He says, well, it's a tradition. And the fact is that among us, there are no Kohanim and no Leviim. Kohanim and Leviim are descendants from Aaron. Every Kohen is a direct descendant from Aaron. And Leviim are descendants of the tribe of Levi. But Jews who convert to Judaism, or non-Jews who convert to Judaism, are Israelites. They can't be Kohanim or Leviim. And this whole group of Jews from Derbent are all Israelites, but they're not Kohanim and Leviim. But what did Yehuda HaLevi write? Yehuda HaLevi wrote this book, the Kuzari, because he knew the story of the king of the Chazars converting to Judaism. But he didn't go into the details. He just wrote a dialogue, a Platonic dialogue between the Jewish scholar and the king of the Chazars. And that's the meaning of the book. That's the whole purpose of the book, the Kuzari. It's Yehuda HaLevi's philosophy of Judaism. It's a beautifully written book, and it is the first great Zionist document written, namely a Jew living in exile and speaking about the hope of the Jews to rebuild the land of Israel and the hope of the Jews to live as independent, free, independent people in the land of Israel. He explains all of this in the course of the dialogue, and of course explains the beauty of Judaism and the greatness of Judaism and so on. Yehuda HaLevi also was you could say, dedicated Zionist, because with all of his success, and he was a physician who had a good reputation, he still felt he doesn't want to continue living in a Christian country, because Toledo had become Christian by this time. And Yehuda HaLevi set out to go to the land of Israel. He actually went. It is reported that he landed in several North African cities, in the Kairouan and in Egypt. And that's the end. We don't know after that what happened. Of course, there are legends about what happened, but we don't know what happened. He disappears. He was about 75 years old at the time. And the journey was not easy, especially going from one hostile environment to another. And the environment in the land of Israel was very hostile because the Crusaders were still on the march against the infidels, and Jews are just as infidel as Muslims.
What's your thoughts? Please be respectful with your comments.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like about that, right? I mean, oof. Oh, and I figure I would play one more because for some reason this site is going off the chain. Shall we? We shall.
The Jew cries out in pain as he strikes you. The Jew says, I'm hit as he snipes you. The Jew is the victim, you're the oppressor. You're 7 years old and you're the aggressor. The kid's gotta die, he should have been smarter. The kid is the killer, the Jew is the martyr. The Jew is forever the victim. The Jew is forever the victim. The Jew is forever the victim. shoots you. The Jew is the victim, you are the hater. If you're a young mother, then exterminate her. The mothers must die in a mass execution. The mother's the problem, the Jew's the solution. The Jew is forever the victim. The Jew is forever the victim. The Jew is forever the victim. Always the victim, always the shameless, always the injured, always the blameless, always in the right, always uncorrectable, always the wounded, always impeccable. Never say sorry, never admitting, always the sinned against, never committing, always the ender, never the starter, ever the victim, ever the martyr. The Jew cries out in pain as he loads up. The Jew cries out in pain as you blow up. The Jew's the offended, you're the transgressor in your hospital bed. You should have known better. The patient must die, the sick and the lame ones. The sick are the psychos, the Jews are the sane ones. The Jew is forever the victim. The Jew is forever the victim. The Jew is forever the victim. The Jew cries out in pain as he maims you, says you're blaming him as he blames you. The Jew says he's injured, you are the sinner, starves you to death, says he's getting thinner. The Gazans must die by shot and explosion. Gazans are Amalek, the Jews are the chosen. The Jew is forever the victim. The Jew is forever the victim. The Jew is forever the victim. Always the victim, always the shameless, always the injured, always the blameless, always in the right, always uncorrectable, always the wounded, always impeccable, never say sorry, never admitting, always the sinned against, never committing, always the ender, never the starter, ever the victim, ever the martyr. The Jew cries out in pain as he strikes you. The Jew says I'm hit as he snipes you. The Jew is the victim, you're the oppressor. You're 7 years old, you're the aggressor. The kid's gotta die, he should have been smarter. The kid is the monster, the Jew is the martyr. The Jew is forever the victim. The Jew is forever the victim. The Jew is forever the victim. The Jew cries out in pain as he boots you. It's your own fault if he shoots you. The Jew is the victim, you are the hater. If she's a mother, then exterminate her. The mothers must die in a mass execution. The mother's the problem, the Jew's the solution. The Jew is forever the victim. The Jew is forever the victim. The Jew is forever the victim. Always the victim, always the shameless, always the wrong one, always the blameless, never mistaken, never corrected, always the injured, never suspected, never say sorry, never admitting, always the sinned against, never the sinning, martyr, ever the victim, ever the martyr, ever the victim, ever the martyr, ever the victim, ever the martyr, ever the victim.
Don't know about you, but that kind of puts you in a pretty chipper mood, doesn't it? Let me find because when I'm showing a video, I would be looking for the next thing, but I can't because it'll bring up the screen that I'm looking for. So that's why it kind of, so do you got anything, Strack?
Oh no, I just was just showing again. Are they easily? Can we get rid of them if there is such a problem? Yeah, we can. The numbers are not that large. I mean, Jews in the world again, 15.8 million. In Israel, there's 7.8 million. In the United States, there's 6.3 million. In other countries, there's 2.2 million. That's a total of 32.1 million. That percentage of the world is 2.56%. Now, if they don't want to, again, do the right thing and stop doing their bullshit, can we easily get rid of that 2.56% in the world? You damn sure right we can't. Remember, they're going to be their choice. They're going to decide based on their free will. But remember, there's a lot that they're not going to be able to decide because they already, again, did this genocide. This genocide is, again, transparent. Everyone in the world is now learning about this genocide of what they did, as far as especially with the women and children, targeting women and children and men for their sacrifices, as well as, what they did as far as with our country, attacking the USS Liberty and killing 34 sailors, wounding 170, as well as, again, attacking the World Trade Center, financing that with, again, the Mossad agents. Wasn't, again, Saudi Arabian terrorists. It's absolutely a lie. And also, again, the United States Marines that were killed in Beirut, Lebanon. And that's just a couple things they did. That's not including everything else they did of financing these continuous wars throughout the world, financing both sides of these people in the wars, causing all this, again, mishap, doing all these things in big pharma, the education system, the indoctrination, research and development, animal testing, you name it. I could continue and continue. They are 100% accountable. They're 100% guilty. And again, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand the totality of the circumstances. And the totality of the circumstances is telling you they do the right thing or they're going to die on their sword. If they pick religion, which again is not a nationality, that's a religion. If they choose to, again, practice that religion, I have no problem with that. But if they're going to practice the religion in killing children and killing, again, innocent children and their sacrifices and all their Talmudic, Babylonian, black magic, blood ritualism bullshit that they do, no, they're going to be held accountable. And we're going to expose them every fucking chance we get. And that's the way I feel about it. And I'm never going to back down on that. I mean, again, they have what's coming to them. And especially when people learn the truth about what they did to, again, all civilizations throughout, again, this thing called history, AI-generated bullshit. But the bottom line, when people understand what they did as far as infiltration or invasion, especially within, again, our nation in the United States, no, they can't be forgiven. So again, when President Trump talks about, again, the largest deportation in history, do I resonate that, again, that they're going to be a portion of this depopulation? Yeah, just like Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler didn't want to kill them. He wanted to remove them from Germany. The same thing. They need to go. Now, they don't have a land to go to because a lot of people are exposing them for the crimes. So it's going to be hard for them. But again, they made their bed. It's now their time for them to lie in it. Their crimes against the children are inexcusable. The IDF, listen up, you motherfuckers. you got something coming for you. I know the United States Marine Corps is just chomping at the bit, waiting to get hold of you for what you did to the United States Marines in Lebanon and Beirut, Lebanon, as well as, again, the Russian soldiers. They're just chomping at their bit. They're ready. And don't think for a minute that you're going to evade your crimes. You IDF, Israeli Defense Forces piece of shits. Your Talpia, Unit 800 program you infiltrated, that you put agents over here, infiltrated our three-letter agencies. I mean, all this stuff's got to go. Remember, can we do it? Of course we can. We're going to expose them every single chance we get. But once they understand that, again, we're done with their bullshit. We're done with, again, their victimhood mentality. They're not going to claim victimhood, especially when we find out, again, what they did to our children. No, you can't claim victimhood mentality no more. You target innocent children. You do horrific things to our children in these sacrifices. It's inexcusable what you did to the Palestinian people, and as well as the people in Africa, the people in India, the people in China. I'm talking about the good people all over this realm. No, you're done. And if you choose to die on your sword called religion, that's exactly what you're going to do. You're going to die on your sword, because that bullshit's done. It was just used as religion to evade their crimes. That's why they chose Judaism. They were still practicing that black magic bullshit, that Talmudic Babylonian bullshit they were practicing, those old ancient Iranian bloodlines. I'm not talking about the country of Iran. I'm talking about these old ancient Iranian bloodlines. Again, Babylon, we're talking about the lands of Median, Babylon, Media, Old Persia, the Khazar Empire, the Khazarians. Remember, they just changed their names over and over again to evade their crimes. Is that what they're doing, Strack? That's exactly what they're doing. But they're done, man. They're done, Jason.
Oh, yeah. So, found it.
Oh, come on.
All right. This picture right here says it all, right? So the Federal Bridge Certification Authority Network, that's the hub. It's in the middle, right? Now you have the root keys, right? Now see how it says root 1, root 2, DOD iRoot, DOD COEB root, Common Policy root, Certipath Bridge, and then you have the Certipath root. Those are the keys that Hillary and them were selling. So now with those keys, you could get into the hub, right? And you could actually piggyback off of somebody else going in there, right? So now if you want to go to you went to the Certipath Bridge, right? Boom. You go to Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Johnson & Johnson, Cybertrust, Citibank, Chosen Security, all the way through. Wells Fargo, the state of Illinois. Why the state of Illinois, you ask? Good question. You got the DHS, the DOJ, the Treasury, NASA. I mean, even down to the UK. You could hack everything with this. And then you have this orc right here. So it's DOD sponsored right here. Now, the thing is with that is, I gotta move that thing. Let me see if I can make this bigger. I'm not sure if I can or not. I probably can't. Oh shit. Yeah, I can. Sorry. All right. Orc. Right? Pivotal ID credentials issued to more than 18,000 unique companies, with a majority representing small business and Fortune 500 companies, many representing over 200 colleges and universities and private public research organizations, 100 healthcare organizations, 40 banks, financial institutions. So when you see where it goes to orc, it goes to all that. So not only can you hack all of that shit, but you can hack everything. You could get into everything. When they say about state secrets, this is where she was stealing them from. Oh shit. Okay, you got. Okay, right here. Orcs launch of Navy acquisition, public key infrastructure, created an opportunity to provide similar services to other government agencies. The NEA PKI public infrastructure provided the necessary security environment for the Navy's one-touch system with transactions for naval supply orders, RFPs, and virtual bid room for electronic bid submission. This work became the first operational expertise for which the future DoD and GSA public key infrastructure systems would be drawn upon. Wow. You don't say, huh? Yeah. It was certified under the Small Business Administration in 1993. 1994, that's when it was launched. Who was the president in 94? Clinton, right? I mean, this gets fun. Also here, they even had a week, right? 9/22/08, DoD test contractors' ID cards. So check the contractors' ID cards, then right before a new administration comes in. That's odd. Very odd. And if you think about it, if you could hack this, right? That means you could literally hack everything. Such as ORC provides analysis of your organization's business and technical policies across application and data resources for implementation of various devices, such as smart cards, security tokens, cell phones, personal computers, to providing a higher degree of automation. When they said they have everything, they have everything on all of them. I mean, let's see. Here, bingo. Bingo. So, right here, among high assurances communities, public key infrastructure has been implemented and policy exists to cover authentication requirements, but the certificates used. So that's the certificates that you could buy. You could buy the keys to the certificates. Usually can only be issued to government employees, certain contractors, and members of the armed forces, which you can understand. But other means of authentication exist and are used by other agencies, businesses in U.S. and foreign citizens, but there's no interoperability among them within or outside the public key infrastructure technology. Those who cannot afford the upfront cost of public key infrastructure are intimidated by the questions they cannot answer and or do not seek to be information technology pioneers await introduction of a government-wide cure-all. So they pretty much, the ones that can't afford it, they pretty much like shame them into getting it so that they could have all the information so that they can monitor you and what you're doing and what you guys are coming up with, because what else was in those emails? I mean, shit, we even have this. I mean, they could just do this. You can remove the Federal Bridge Cross Certification certificates. They tell you how to do it. In case any company wants to save billions of dollars, I mean, and you want your shit hacked, just a thought.
And remember, like that whistleblower said, remember, it was more than 33,000 emails. That's just the ones they just, told you about. She's so crazy.
But I think this is where they caught him. ORC is certified by the federal government to facilitate public access to the services offered by government agencies through use of information technologies, including online access to computers for purposes of reviewing, retrieving, providing, and exchanging information. Their digital certificate credentials are authorized to provide trusted individuals or business identity information for use by the DoD, FirstGov, and participating government agencies. These credentials can be used to authenticate to government and organization websites containing sensitive but unclassified information, contract for the purchase of goods and services, verify the identity of electronic mail correspondence, verify the identity of web application servers, verify the identity of individuals accessing data servers, verify the integrity of the software and documents posted on data servers. Right there. Any of those emails that were sent through this whole Federal Birth Certification Authority network, they all went somewhere. This was, yeah. This was. Also, under the Federal Birth Certification Authority network. Oh shit! Hold on a second. Let me see. See. True. Shit. Oh. Oh. Hold on a second. Okay. Let's see. Right. So here is a fun fact. Now you think of all these flight manifests that they come up with and everything. They know who's on what flight. So how they can find, like who are these, where are these people flying to, who's on that plane, what plane needs to be brought down. So we go to this bridge, right? We go to a certain path route, right? We go to ARINC, right? So, yes, what the hell is that? Well, glad to tell you. Remember the old RCAGB 1929? This was their version of it. Sorry about that line right there. Major provider for transport communication systems, engineering solutions for 8 industries: aviation, airports, defense, government, healthcare networks, security, and transportation. Install computer data networks in police cars and railroad cars, and also maintains the standard for line replaceable units. That means that everything that's under this, the sale of the company by the Carlyle Group to Rockwell Collins, was completed on December 23rd, 2013. Why'd you dump it so quick? I mean, could it be that, you were in the tower that, no. No, right? Chartered by the FCC, which became the FCC. So now you see like ARINC was owned by airlines and other aviation companies such as Boeing until a sale to the Carlyle Group in October 2007. So why did they just buy it for that time? I mean, that's a quick dump, isn't it? December 23rd, 2013. 6 years? They own a company? They expanded its contributions to transport, communication, as well as continued to support the commercial aviation industry in the U.S. military. Man-in-the-middle attacks. You don't say. Defense Service Branch was purchased by Booz Allen Hamilton, remaining part of the Carlyle Group. Fuel quantity. Weight on wheels, flight management system. You know, so you could actually like, you know, maybe change what was happening or, you know, something like that. But something here that the Advanced Passenger Information System. So they know who's all on every flight. They monitor everybody. They're like, yep, this flight's got a bunch of people on it. It's the easiest way for them to do it. That's how they could bring all these planes down that have important people on it, and nobody knows a damn thing about it.
You got
This is
that
what's
facial
using.
recognition software as well too. They know exactly where you're at all times.
The SITA Community Cyber Threat Center. This is under the, you know, Certipath root also. This is also in the root keys. Earlier this year, began making new automated threat intelligence feeds available to SITA members. These feeds are a new service that provides valuable information that helps both airlines and airports identify potential threats to their systems, allowing them to trigger a timely response when needed. Guess what it's based out of? Oh. Ooh. Shit. Man, the triple threat, huh?
Yeah.
Then we go to the Advanced Passenger Information System. You can look this up on Wikipedia. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Nice. See how you get around this. Electronic data interchange system established by the Customs and Border Protection. APIS governs the provision of limited number of data elements, identification details from passport, and basic flight information. You know, when you're flying illegals over, you know, over the border without anybody knowing. From commercial airline and vessel operators to the computer system of the destination state. Beginning in May 2009, private aircraft pilots must also provide necessary information to the CBP, Border Patrol. Regulations were put into effect 2008 with 180-day voluntary compliance period. See, traveling to and from certain countries, passengers are required to provide advanced passenger information before they check in or they would be unable to fly. Hey, this means that they just can't get up and go, can they?
Nope.
You gotta check in. Nah. You can't run away. Acquired full name. I mean, nobody's getting out. Nobody. If they don't have this, and this is under the bridge, in which case everything is pretty much covered.
Yep.
Yeah. That's good times right there.
That's great times.
Yeah, so a little homework for you guys. So I was watching a video. Now, this place, we gotta start looking at these places. There's Ashgabat in Turkmenistan. This place is all solid marble.
Oh.
Founded 1881.
Word founded.
And the thing is, there was a guy, because I was watching a video and he was going through it and he's like, this is creepy. He was driving and there was nobody there.
Wow.
Even though they show videos of people driving and everything like that, but he was there. He's like, I didn't see a soul. And they're like, oh, well, they do that because if you don't have to be outside, then why be outside? It's like, then why enjoy any of this? It's idiotic. You know, why would you only leave your house if there was a purpose to leave your house? I mean, now we see it. But I mean, if you could explore all of that in your own country, I mean, why not?
It's kind of like what they did, you know, when the Waron video, when they showed all those beautiful cities with no people. They're like, where's the people? There's no people anywhere.
Yep. And the thing is, if you notice on these, it's all 8-pointed stars on everything. All 8-pointed stars. That's where they're. I mean, look at that. Here's a picture of them showing that the cars there. But yeah.
But again, it's just like those videos, right? You don't know if that's CGI, right? They could just put those cars in, right?
I mean, it could do anything. I mean, look at. I mean,
yeah.
Who? This had been one of the kingdoms, like a headquarters for one of the kingdoms. I mean, who built it, right?
Yeah.
Come on. You don't hear these places getting bombed, do you? Nope. Isn't that funny? So yeah, if you want to look into that, I thought it was kind of funny. They said oh, this is good. This is good. You love this. Prior to 1881, any buildings other than yurts were made solely from adobe and were limited to 1 story in height due to seismic risk. But then yet, as of 1900, oh, the Russian conquest. Very simple planning. Das Juden.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, it's like, who built the place? 1930, asphalt was used for the first time to pave the streets. Water supply is increased by piping water from springs. We'll buy this shit. All marble. I mean, it's got a Mongolia look, you know, the Mongols, and I mean, so you could build all those big marble palaces, but this is what you come up with. Look at this. Come on. All marble.
See how hard it is to cut marble. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, this was on my lunch break.
Yeah,
Thanks for
lunch break.
pointing out. That's right. This was on my lunch. That's why I was like, because at first I'm looking at this. I'm like, because remember they talked about Astana,
Yep.
Kazakhstan. But then that's why they made Borat, because they wanted to make Kazakhstan look like it was some podunk, white trash thing.
Yeah, in my lunch break, he covered it one time. I saw it. He was like talking about Tartaria, and there's this building, and it had all the kingdoms of Tartaria. It was right there, and it had again Caucasus. It had again Hungary. I'm sorry. It was all the kingdoms of Tartaria. Remember, there were 7 kingdoms, and it showed all 7 of them. It was absolutely amazing.
Oh yeah, but let's see one more thing. I think that's it. I mean, I'm still putting that whole, because now we've got all these other companies. Now we're starting to connect them where they come into play. But there's one thing about these. Let's see. All right. This will be a last one. Then we gotta go, but this will get you going. Dutch East India Company, right? There's also a Dutch West India Company, right? So remember, symbolism will be their downfall, right? Does it get any worse than this? It's in the sigil of the sigil of Lucifer, right there. That's why I put the O and C here. Yeah. Good times. Good times. So I'll go ahead and put the Dutch East India Company, and I'll put the sigil of Lucifer in the chat, so it's in there. But we haven't even scratched the surface of any of that. All right. So yeah, that's about it for now. And like I said, we're still chill. We would have more to bring, but it seems that there's like carousels going around and doing that.
And if anyone's interested in stuff, I call him the amazing Thistlebeard. Thistlebeard and myself, we're breaking down this matrix, the actual matrix itself. So it stems again from all these ancient wars, these Lyran, again, Draconian wars, it's Orion wars. The matrix absolutely, is it real? 100%. Yeah, pretty good stuff. If you guys are interested, check out again in StracWarrior with the amazing Thistlebeard.
Oh yeah. So yep. So that's about what we got now. And I mean, we have a lot, but
yeah,
getting into that, it's just enough to get through all this stuff, and then at least get this behind us, and then we can go back to digging all the assholes out. So, well, thank you guys. Thank everybody for coming on, and also it was oh shit, T-Don C 1965's birthday. Send out a big shout out to your birthday. Happy birthday. I saw that in the chat. So, we all love every one of you guys. Yeah, we already did check the deck clock. And we will see you guys again Sunday. All right. Bye, guys.